Welcome to Linux Complete Master Training. So in this training we will cover everything almost that pertains to the Linux environment, Linux command line. Most commands that you would see in any Linux system you would see here, and even more. At first we will start with the setup that's not mentioned in this list, meaning how to set up the virtual machine, then install Ubuntu, which would be our operating system, then navigating different directories and the directory hierarchy inside of Linux. After that, whoami command and hostname to see the logged in name and the name of the machine. File processing, then moving, copying files, moving meaning replacing a file or cutting a file from one place to another, from one directory to another. Navigation, zip command to compress files. Archiving with star, filtering and searching files, and also sorting. File editing, meaning to look for a pattern, to search a pattern within a file. String editing and replacing. Cut command, chown, which is changing ownership of a file or a directory and changing the mode of access to that file or directory. Systemctl to gain access to the settings of the system. Wget to download a file from the internet. Disk-free, disk usage, mounting a file such as mounting an ISO image or mounting a flash memory or USB. Alias and ln, which is linking or creating a shortcut for a command or a script, okay, using alias or link. Crontab to schedule a script to run at a certain time or during certain days of the week. Process killing and process searching. We're talking about the CPU processes that are running or dormant. Run a script on login that will automatically run on startup. Finger, lslogin and scp for secure copying a file from a Linux machine into different servers, if you will. User firewall, access control list, etc. Rsync, copying a file using the Rsync. And while displaying the progress bar, when the file is very large, you can see how much of it has been copied. Displaying log files and viewing the difference between different files using the diff command. Useradd, groupadd, deletion, which are administrative tasks, changing ownership of a file or changing the group of a file. Finally, commands concerning the networking such as netstat, ARP, netdiscover, or even nmap. So let's get started. Alright, so let's start with the setup. The setup will include or will entail installing the VirtualBox. Okay, I'm using the VirtualBox, which will be the environment. It's like the hypervisor over which the operating system of Linux, which is Ubuntu, will run as virtual machine. It will be installed as a virtual machine, meaning a virtual computer, abstracting the resources such as the CPU. The CPU will also be virtualized. So it will use a virtual CPU that will actually depend on the physical CPU. So let's say your own CPU is i7, I don't know how many cores that is, doesn't matter, 7 cores, okay, it will virtualize, let's say 1 core. So if you go to the configuration of the operating system of Linux, you will see that it is using 1 core as if it is a separate computer. But this 1 core has been abstracted, okay, it has been allocated from the actual i7 7-core CPU of the physical machine. Now, VirtualBox will be running on Windows, okay? So it's not like accurate to call VirtualBox the host operating system, because the host operating system is Windows. And the machine, the physical machine, my physical computer is not launching the VirtualBox as the host operating system. VirtualBox is platformed over Windows. So in other cases, like when you have a cloud server, okay, you would have the host operating system, let's say VM-Ware, running first, booting up first, and within the VM-Ware you can launch different guest operating systems running as virtual machines. In such case, you would call VM-Ware the host OS or host operating system. So at first we need to download the VirtualBox. Okay, so in order to download the VirtualBox, you can simply type download VirtualBox for Windows. Okay, you can go here, Windows hosts. Okay, and right now it started to download. Now you can pause the video and wait for it to be completely downloaded. Yeah, so this is the downloads folder. You see VirtualBox over here. Okay, so I double click and I run the setup. We have this over here. Okay, next. It's already downloaded, okay, but let's say I want to download it again. I type repair, yeah, because it's actually, it was downloaded and installed before. So instead of repair, you would be using install. So validating installation, okay, yeah, installation failed because it is already downloaded and installed, okay. So it doesn't matter. Now what you would have is on your desktop, okay, you would have Oracle VM VirtualBox Manager. This is the icon actually. I need to, after that, import the Ubuntu, either virtual machine or get the ISO image for Ubuntu, which is, you know, the installation image. So in order to do that, I need to go to the site of Ubuntu. So www. Okay, let's say I don't know the site. I type download ISO image for Ubuntu. Okay, so you go to the official Ubuntu site. Actually I needed to get, yeah, it is still the same thing. I click on download, it starts downloading. Of course we're not gonna wait for it. Okay, so I will cancel it because I already have the image. You see, it will take an hour. You can pause the video and wait until it completely downloads. We'll go back to the downloads folder. Okay, I actually had it over here, but I moved it to another folder. Okay, so I cut it and pasted in another folder under documents. It is under VirtualBox VMs. Okay, so what I'm gonna do next is actually install the operating system in VirtualBox. So we go to VirtualBox and we click new since we have it as an ISO image. Now at times you can you would find it as a VM for VirtualBox. So what you simply need to do is to add it and it will immediately be deployed. In my case it needs to be installed, so I click on new Ubuntu 2. Okay, in this case it will work. Okay, everything is Ubuntu so that you won't forget anything. Next, okay, here we need to choose the memory, the base memory. Let's say it is 2 GB. Now you can increase it based on your allowances, how much memory you have on the machine. Okay, so I can go up to 4 GB. Processor, okay, 1 CPU is enough. Create a virtual disk right now, which is, let's say, 25 GB. Next, and finish. It will start launching, so try to install. Great. I will change in the meantime the display settings if the system allows us, or perhaps not at the moment. Okay, let's wait for the original settings, the default settings to be established right now. Okay, yeah, that's the display. We can change it from here. Okay, so I will reduce it to 1280 720. Let's see. Okay, it's still large a little bit. Okay, so 1024. Okay, 1280 720. Okay, not that good, but okay, we will leave it at that right now. Alright, so the installation had terminated. We can restart the system. Now, another thing I need to go to and change, you see here, I need to change the network settings. So I go to the VirtualBox, I click on Ubuntu over here, go to settings, okay, then network, okay. So you see, instead of NAT, I need the NAT network, okay, which is here, but first I need to install or configure a NAT network which will allow different virtual machines to connect to or to communicate with each other. So first I go to File, Tools, Network Manager, okay. Yeah, it's already created. In case I need to create a new network, by the way, it is under the NAT Networks tab. So I simply tap NAT Networks and click Create, and you set the IPv4 configuration, which is the network ID. So port forwarding, I can allow port forwarding over here, but okay, so it's already installed. So let's remove the copy. And if you see here in the NAT network, okay, its name is NAT network. The IP, the net ID, or the range of IP addresses on this NAT network are from 10.0.2.1, meaning, of course, net ID is 10.0.2.0, if you see. Different IP addresses of different machines can start from 10.0.2.1 up to 10.0.2.254, okay? This is what /24 means. So now, since the Ubuntu is running, I cannot change the network configuration, okay? Let's say if it will take it. Oh yeah, okay. So it's taking it right now. If I need to open the terminal, over here, show apps, and you see the terminal, I will right click and pin to dash. So it becomes easily accessible from now on from this dash. If I type IP address, okay, you see the IP address of this operating system, Linux operating system, is 10.0.2.15, which is within the range of 10.0.2.0/24. Once VirtualBox is installed, another thing that we should not forget about is downloading the VirtualBox extension pack, which will actually enhance the performance of VirtualBox when dealing with different virtual machines. You type on Google, download VirtualBox extension pack, you go to the website, and you should get the extension pack. Yeah, that's the extension pack. All supported platforms, you download it. Once it is downloaded, I open VirtualBox, given of course that it has already been installed, and I need to go to File, Tools, Extension Pack Manager. Of course, it's already installed, but in order to install it, you type here, okay, and you see it's already in the downloads. Click on it and you tap Open, okay, and this will add the Oracle VM VirtualBox extension pack. So how do we navigate the directory hierarchy in Linux? First of all, when I get into the system, okay, actually I didn't have the terminal, so I had to go in here to enter the terminal. If it's not available, you need to type on show apps. Of course, some of the systems or the distributions are a little bit different. So let's say I cannot find it over here. I type terminal, okay, then right click and pin. So I've pinned it already. It can appear on the left menu on this side. Okay, so okay, we'll increment. Then I will I will increase the font. So at first I'm in my user window, okay, main user. Okay, if I type whoami, so this is the user, okay, that's running. If I need to go to root mode, to the super user mode, I type su root, and then I tap the password to get into this user. Okay, so right now I'm in using the super user mode. Okay, so but we don't need it right now, so I will get back to the actual ordinary user. By the way, yeah, this you will be shown how to do this later. Okay, how we can prompt the user with a message. Okay, but for now, so the directory hierarchy, at first, if I type print working directory, I'm at the root right now. This is the root directory. From it stems all subdirectories. It's like the root of a tree. From it stems all the branches. Okay, so if I type ls, it will list all the subdirectories under root. Then you have, okay, the home directory, which is the home directory of the user. Under home, you have, if I type ls home, okay, you have the username. So ls home / Tony. Okay, ls stands for list directory, by the way, but you will learn that after this video, so don't mind that at the moment. Don't think about it. Okay, so you have under home the username, and then under the username you have desktop, downloads, files that are in this okay, in this area. Okay, you have public template. No, this was created by me. Okay, it should not be there in the first place. Okay, so you have templates, videos, snap, pictures, etc. Also, what we have under, by the way, LA also works. So what we have under the root user, you have the binary directory that has all the executables. Everything that can be executed is under the bin. By the way, if you want to clear the screen, you type clear or Control L. Okay, so let's clear it right now. Let's type ls again. So if I type ls bin, meaning list for me everything that is under the binary directory. Okay, so you see all the commands, the runnable commands exist under the bin directory. Okay, again clear ls. You have boot, which contains the bootloader. You have lib, which contains every the libraries, okay, for Linux. Okay, mount for mounting a disk. Proc stands for processes. Okay, so if I type cd proc ls, okay, these are all the processes. Okay, process names. Clear cd ls. So you have sys stands for system. By the way, var, if I type ls var, under var you have backups, you have crash, local, log, which contains the log files, the metrics, okay, run, spoo, temporary. So if I go to the metrics, actually metrics is not a directory. Okay, under var, so cd var, cd metrics ls. Okay, it's not actually, yeah, it's an empty directory. Actually, it contains the metrics. Okay, although we could access it using a cd command. Okay, so you have library, mail, opt stands for optional. Okay, so I'm sorry, cd clear, yeah, this was a typo again, ls. So let's get out from var. In order to get out, you type cd ... So we're getting back one directory. Okay, if you want to go back all the way to the root, you type cd / it gets us all the way to the root wherever we happen to be. Okay, so right now, so cd / again. If I type print working directory, I'm at the root again. Okay, so you have opt stands for optional. It contains all user related or third party applications can be installed in opt. Okay, so here usr, if I go to usr and I list, okay, you have bin binaries of the user, the games include, local, etc. Okay, under var again you have the logs. Okay, so cd var / log, and you list, we have all the logs, so like fail log, font config log. If I type fail log or cat fail log, okay, it's empty right now. So let's cat, by the way, cat is a command that will display the content of a file. Okay, all of that you will get it afterwards, you know, more in a more elaborate and a more like you know, broken down way. Okay, so if I cat, let's say ufw.log, meaning the log of the firewall, by the way, but I'm gonna cat the kernel.log, which is the log of the kernel, which is actually the core of Linux. Okay, the core of Linux is the kernel. The kernel contains all, it means like it is the one that brokers all the executions between the machine, like the ROM, the RAM, or the hardware, and the software, the operating system. So the kernel is the middleman between the operating system and all resources of the machine, such as the RAM, the CPU, etc. So these are the logs of the kernel. So let's clear again. And if I go back to the root, okay, so you have home, you have media, by the way, under media. Okay, automatically when you insert a USB, it's usually mounted under media if you mount it automatically. Okay, and SBIN, by the way, is stands for secure bin, meaning everything that can only be executed by high privileged users, meaning like the root or administrator, is under SBIN. You have dev, stands for devices. Okay, so if I type cd dev ls, okay, so here you have the mounted devices and everything, you know, related to that, the NVRAM. Okay, so clear, let's get out of devices, type ls. Okay, now etc, okay, for like the configuration files of the operating system. So if I type cd etc ls, so you have a lot of files. We won't get to all of them right now, okay, but you know, I'm interested in actually two files, which is the passwd and the shadow. Okay, so passwd stands for password, although it's not actually the one that stores the passwords of the user. Okay, so let's clear. And if I cat passwd, okay, so I've catted passwd. Cat is again to display the content of a file. Passwd is like a text file, and you see here it contains all the users. Okay, so root user, you have like Tony should also appear here, which is my own username. You see here Tony. Okay, also let's cat another file, which is called shadow. Now the shadow file stores all the passwords of the users. Okay, so cat shadow. Okay, so you see, since it is a secured file, it needs higher privileges to be executed, to be opened. Okay, so I type sudo stands for super user do. Okay, and I type the name of the file that I want to access, which is again all the hashed passwords file. Okay, so all the passwords that are hashed, that are encrypted, are inside this file. Of course, it will demand the root password from me. Okay, again, okay, command not found. So yeah, I'm sorry, sudo cat shadow in order to display the content of the file. Okay, so you see, okay, nm openvpn. Okay, you see here for Tony, you have this value of the password. Now, since it is a very sensitive file, okay, only the super user can access it, because some people might be able to actually restore the password value, the actual password, from this hash code over here. Okay, so if I clear again, if I go back to the root, or if I go back one step, also I will get back to the root. Okay, so these are mainly, you know, all the subdirectories. Okay, of course there is a lot more to talk about. Okay, we will get to that during the training. Another interesting thing I want to mention, let's say I need to get to the home directory wherever I happen to be. So if I type cd and tilde /, it will get me to the home directory. So if I type pwd, you see, I'm right now at home / Tony. I'm no longer at the root directory. So if I type ls, okay, I've gotten to the home directory where you have desktop, downloads, public, etc. Okay, so wherever you happen to be, when you type cd tilde /, okay, it will get you immediately inside the home directory. Okay, so this is all for this part. Okay, so here in this video, we're going to check the most common commands used in Linux. Now, some of the commands might have been addressed in another video, so sorry in advance for the recurrence of some commands in other videos. However, it would be useful to see them again. Okay, so we go into here like a menu box. Okay, we double click the terminal, and so we have the terminal in front of us. Now I'm gonna expand it. Okay, so yeah, by typing Ctrl+Shift++, we can like increase the font size. Okay, I'm gonna resize it so we can see a part of the desktop. So this way, if we do something on the desktop, it would be visible. Okay, now we start by typing whoami. Okay, so this is the username, the current user of the Linux operating system. Okay, so if I want to change the user, I simply type su. I'm gonna migrate to the root user. So I'm gonna switch to the root user that has high administrative privileges. By doing that, okay, I do that by typing su root, enter, and then the password, which is root in this case. Okay, great. So to clear the screen, I can type clear or Control L. Both of them do the same thing. Okay. So another command, so you have pwd, which stands for print working directory. This is the working directory. So we are at /home/Tony right now. Okay, now I can go all the way back to the root directory because here it's not the root directory. It is the default directory in Linux. cd / gets us back all the way to the root. So if I type print working directory, you see I'm on the root directory. If I type ls, okay, I can see all the directories that stem from it, okay, such as bin, dev, lib, etc. Okay, let's display it in a list format, ls-l, okay. So here we can see all the directories under the root, okay. So you have the dev for devices, okay. This is the file system that actually uh, is related to devices such as the hard drive, everything mountable. Okay, so these are the file systems that describe the devices. As we mentioned before, every device, everything in Linux is actually a file system. You have boot, you have home directory, lib. Here, actually, by the way, when you see L, here it's actually a link, such as it's like a desktop shortcut in Windows. Okay, so lib is actually here a shortcut to usr /lib. Okay. Now, when you see D, it stands for directory. It's denoting a directory. So you have the etc, by the way, which is a directory. It's a file system under which you have everything configuration related. So the configuration files for the network, for the users, the passwords, all of that, okay, goes under etc. You have CD-ROM, you have home, you have, yeah, the binary. It's actually also a link or desktop shortcut in Windows, of course. We don't call it desktop shortcut here. It is a link to usr/bin, under which you have what? You have all executables, all binary files that run on Linux. Also, sbin is like bin, except all the files here, all the executables run only under administrative privileges. Okay, not it's not like common users can run such files. Okay, you have also proc for processes. Okay, opt is a directory under which you save third-party software, third-party applications that are not Linux native. Okay,
You have serve, if I'm not mistaken, it stands for services. Also, another thing to note here, you have RWX, 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 repeated 3 times. Again, this RWX stands for read, write, execute. Now, we have 3 of them because you have the owner of the file. The first 3 will indicate the rights and privileges of the owner of the file. Second 3 of the group to which the owner belongs and other people belonging to that same group. And the final RWX stands for read, write, execute, of course, for other people, other meaning everyone else that does not belong to the group or is not an owner. Okay, great. So now, as we mentioned, in order to list the file, we type ls, okay, ls-l. You have also ls-la, okay, which lists everything. A stands for all, by the way. All meaning everything, including the files that are hidden. So here, for instance, you have 2 hidden files. Okay. Now, other thing to point to, okay, so you have, yeah, these are concerning the file. Yeah, other thing to point to, let's say I don't know how to, I'm gonna clear the screen now. Let's say I don't know how to use a command, okay? So the easiest way is to type the command name, let's say ls, dash help, to see what are the different options that come with that command. So you have ls-r reverse, great capital R recursive, okay? Or another command to know, to understand how to work with these commands, okay, is man ls, which stands for manual for ls. Okay, we can do, of course, for copy, for other scripts in the command line. Okay, so manual for ls, it will tell us, okay, it lists the directory contents. Okay, you have the synopsis or the structure of the command is ls, option like we type -l, and the file meaning we can list a specific directory, not the local one. When we type it locally, ls-l, it will only list the files and directories existing already in the local directory where we are at the moment. Okay, so this is how it actually works. Now, okay, type Control C. I'm sorry, here quit. Yeah, quit in order to quit the manual. Okay, so what other things that we have? So here we have, okay, I'm gonna remove these 2 directories. Okay, I've created them before. So in order to remove these directories, first of all, I need to be on the desktop. Okay, how to get to the desktop? Okay, remember, if we type ls, we are at the root. Okay, ls, okay, so if we go to home, it is under home slash the username, by the way. You see, cd home slash / Tony, that's the desktop. Okay, now, if we want to remove these 2 directories from the desktop, we either go to the desktop or we type rm-dir, remove dir, okay, desktop, because we need to target the desktop. Okay, we're not at the desktop, on the desktop right now. We are on the Tony, the root, not the root, if you will, yeah, it's like the C hard drive. We are at home / Tony, okay? So this is, yeah, the contents of the user, okay? It acts as the root for the home directory, if you will, okay? So desktop documents, all these directories are under the username of this machine. Okay, so rmdir desktop / okay, Tony dir, and then, yeah, we can do it one by one. So let's say, and here it won't allow us. Why? Because it's not empty. We need to empty it first. Okay, it contains files. Then we remove it. So in order to do that, I type rmdir desktop / Tony dir / also how to remove everything in that directory. I type the star, which is an asterisk, meaning everything under that directory I need to remove it. Now, these things are files, are not directories. So I type here rm, okay, desktop /tonydir /star. Okay, let's check what we have right now in tonydir. ls desktop /tonydir. Nothing. It is empty. Although, by the way, it had the same content of this other directory, which is target dir. Okay, but now it became empty. So in order to remove it, we type rmdir desktop /tonydir. You see, we removed the directory completely. Now, in order to, okay, we can use another command, which is rm-rf, okay, which is a recursive removal of the directory, rm-rf, and be careful with that command, by the way. We need to specify, otherwise it can wipe out everything. So we need to specify the directory under which the files we want to remove exist. Okay, rm-rf desktop /target dir. Okay, and let's see what happens. Okay, so it not only it removed the directory, but everything in it in one command. Okay, so instead of doing rm then rmdir, rm-rf will remove recursively all the files containing within the directory. Then the directory itself will be wiped out. Okay, now other than that, okay, so let's make a directory. In order to make a directory again, so let's go to desktop instead of every time addressing it via /desktop via desktop /. Let's go to the desktop. It would be easier to make and remove directories. So in order to make a directory or to create a directory, we type mkdir and the name of the directory, okay, tonydir. I will call it, okay, I will name it. You see, we have a directory. Now, let's list the contents of the directory. tonydir, you see it's empty. And to prove the point here, you see it's an empty directory. Okay, so let's try to create a file within tonydir. In order to do that, we type touch. Okay, tonydir I want because I want it inside the directory. So touch is the command that creates a file, by the way. Okay, so I type touch tonydir because I want the file not on the desktop where I'm locally right now, but inside tonydir. Okay, so touch tonydir tfile.txt. Let's see what happens. Okay, ls tonydir slash let's say what is inside the directory. You see, tfile.txt has been created in tonydir. Okay, great. Now, if I want to remove this file, by the way, rm tonydir /tfile.txt, and it will be removed. Okay.
Okay, so we created and removed a file. Let's go about other ways to create a file and edit it. Okay, so first of all, if I type pwd or print working directory, we are on the desktop right now. So I'm gonna create a file locally using another way than touch, okay? And we're gonna insert a line into the file. Okay, so first of all, we have the command echo, which is like a print line, by the way, or console.writeLine in C# or system.out.println in Java. Also, another version of that in C++ is stdcout. All that it does, this command, is it outputs a line. So let's say here, hello world from Tony's PC. Okay, so if I type that and press enter, you see it outputted that line. Okay, I'm sorry, it outputted that line on the terminal. But let's say I don't want to output it actually on the terminal. I want to insert that line into a file. However, this file does not exist yet. I want to create that file. while performing that insertion, I want to create that file with that line in it, okay? And let's say it's a text file. So I'm gonna do that on the desktop. So, okay, let's clear the screen. Okay, I type echo hello world from Tony's PC. Then I use this sign, which is a redirection sign, okay? It's a greater than sign, okay? And after that, I type the name of the file I want to create. Let's say, okay, I want to create Tony file, okay, .txt, okay? So, or let's change the format, actually, tonyf.txt, okay? So, I'll click enter, and you see what happened, okay? We just created a file on the desktop called tonyf.txt, and look what it is inside the file. You see, it is this sentence here that we just echoed. So instead of this sentence, hello world from Tony's PC, being displayed on the terminal, it has been redirected into a file that did not exist yet. It was created, actually, okay? So we created a file. We named it tonyf.txt, and within it, it has been inserted this line, okay? Another way, by the way, to look at it, okay, to see what had just happened, okay, is by typing, okay, one moment. Yeah, there you go, okay. So, if I type cat, tonyf.txt, it will display the content of this file, you see? So the text that has been written on this file, it has been displayed or spit to the output to the terminal. So we don't need to go into a file to see its content, okay, especially if we're just looking to a specific part of the text within the file. We simply need to type cat and the file name, tonyf.txt, and it will spit out all the content within that file. I'll give you another example to that, okay? So, as you know, if we go to the root file, to the root directory, I'm sorry, by typing cd /, okay? So, we type ls, and we mentioned before that within the etc directory, you have files containing information about the different users, about the passwords. Okay, let's check the etc directory to see what's in it. Okay, so cd etc, and we've gotten into etc because it's right under the root directory, right? ls-l, and it contains a lot of files. Okay, right? You see, it contains a lot of files. So cd etc, we've got into inside the etc directory, and we can get to it right away because it's right under the root directory. Then we listed what's in there. Now I'm gonna only see or look at the passwd file. Okay, in order to do that, we're gonna, okay, let's first of all locate it because I cannot see it. Okay, so I type, this is another command by the way, ls-l pipe, okay, grep, and I'm gonna explain later what it actually does. Passwd. You see, we have a directory called passwd. I will explain later what how I got there. Okay, so how to use that command. Actually, if I'm gonna mention it briefly, okay, ls-l pipe is a redirection, meaning that actually not a, redirection, meaning that the ls-l, instead of it being inputted on the display terminal, it has been redirected. Okay, so instead of executing it and displaying the result on the terminal, it becomes the input of the next command. This is what the pipe does. So ls-l is supposed to display the list of files and directories, right? But instead of it displaying all of that on the terminal, this has been inputted as a parameter to the next command, which is grep. Grep, what it does, it derives from the word grab. It actually grabs all the lines in the result that have this word pattern, which is passwd. Okay, so actually passwd exists. So let's see what exists within the passwd file. Okay, so we are already in the /etc/etc. So I type cat and passwd, and it will display, you see, these are all the usernames within the system, okay, like root, bin, bash, okay, daemon of course is a server software, okay, it's a server process, usr/bin no login, okay, these are all the usernames, if you will, okay. So yeah, this is how cat works. Now, another thing to mention here, okay, so let's say I'm gonna add another line into the tonyf.txt. First of all, we are in the etc, okay, I need to go back to desktop, right? How do I do that? It's better to go back to the root folder, root directory, okay, then ls, okay, it is under home//username, which is Tony, okay, so cd home/Tony, ls, okay, this is the desktop, so cd desktop, and we're back to the desktop, okay. So I'm gonna do something. First of all, cat tony.txt, so, okay, I'm sorry, tonyf.txt, so let's type again, cat tonyf.txt, okay, you have this line here. I want to add another line, okay, so echo, you would think that we do echo, okay, hello again, hello world again, let's say, okay, then I type redirection sign, which is greater than tonyf.txt, and let's see what happens. Okay, cat tonyf.txt, notice something? We've lost the first line. It has been overwritten by the second line. So we didn't conserve the first line that was already inserted, but instead we smashed it, we've overwritten it with another line. But it was not the original intention. So how do we do that? How do we actually append meaning I'm adding new lines into the already existing lines inside the file, okay? Like I'm adding, like you add a paragraph or a new line in a chat box, I want to do the same thing. And this is useful usually like when you're appending a file with a log while you're tracking something on the system, okay? The logs that are being generated, you're appending them to a certain specific file, okay? For further analysis later, okay? So in order to do that, okay, so I'm gonna echo hello world again twice, or for the second time, let's say, for the second time. Now, bear in mind that all of that, okay, is actually a string, meaning that it's actually, this is not a command here. It's actually a text being enclosed by two quotes to denote that it's actually a text, not a command. It's not a script here, okay? So, after that, instead of one sign greater than sign, we use two, then tonyf.txt, and let's see what happens. So cat tonyf.txt, notice something, okay, now we have two lines, so this new line has been appended to the former one, okay? Let's try it again. I'm sorry, I keep confusing echo and cat, I'm sorry, okay? So echo hello world again for the third time, tonyf.txt, and let's see right now what do we have. I'm gonna clear, okay,
or let's display it first. Okay, cat tonyf.txt. You see, we have 3 lines. They have been appended, and instead of overwriting the original file, we've appended it. Okay, so again, cat tonyf.txt. Okay, there you have it. Now, another thing, okay, the copy command. Okay, so I desire to copy this file into tonydir. Okay, let's see what you have in tonydir. We have nothing. Actually, we can check it out. Check out what is there in that directory by typing ls tonydir / and it's empty. Okay, so how do we copy a file from one place to another? Well, the simple command is cp or copy, which stands for copy. Okay, tonyf.txt. Now we don't need to refer to a directory because tonyf is local, is actually residing exactly where we are, namely inside the current printed work directory. The current work directory, which if we type print work directory, this is where we are right now on the desktop where tonyf.txt exists. Okay, so cp tonyf.txt, where do I desire to place it, to copy it? Into tonydir, which is the directory here, okay, /, okay. Now, if we don't designate anything here after /, meaning that it will be copied using the same name. Enter. So let's check tonydir right now, and you see this file has been copied to tonydir with the same name, which is tonyf.txt. Now, in order to show you that it is the same contents, the same exact file, if I cat this file, cat tonydir / tonyf.txt, it will give you the same content, so it's an exact copy of the former one. Okay? Now, let's make another example. So let's say I have, I'm creating another directory, mkdir, let's say target dir, I will call this new directory, and I'm creating it on desktop, okay? So, you see, you have target dir here on the desktop. Now, okay, let's remove tonyf, which exists on the desktop right now, okay, this one. So I will remove rm, using rm, tonyf.txt. Okay, I've removed it. Now, so what do we have first of all in tonydir directory? We have one file. In target directory, target dir, we're not supposed to have anything so far, of course, because it should be empty, and of course it's empty, okay, as you see here. Now, first of all, let's clear. First of all, let's create multiple files on inside tonydir. Okay, in order to do that, the easiest way is to do a touch, okay, like yeah, tonyf1.txt, or let's call it file, okay, touch, sorry. Okay, first of all, since I'm creating it inside tonydir, so I type touch, and I need to go to tonydir without /. / comes after, okay. Touch tonydir /, okay, file1.txt, then tonydir, again, / file2.txt, tonydir / file3.txt. Okay, let's ls right now to check what we have within this directory. ls-l to list it. You see, you have file 1, 2, 3, and tonyf.txt. Okay, so we added 3 new files. Okay, now I want to copy. Again, if you check, target dir is empty, but I want to copy one file. Let's start with one file from tonydir to target dir, okay, between 2 directories. In order to do that, okay, let's say I'm gonna copy right now file1.txt. So cp and where does file1 reside? Now here I'm on desktop, right? So I'm gonna go one step down, okay, to address the directory. Okay, so I'm gonna go one step deeper, if you will, okay, within the hierarchy. So first of all, I need to go inside the tonydir, then type / and target the file1.txt. So I'm copying this file. Where am I copying it? To target dir and / no need to specify the name. I'm going to copy it using the same name right now. And right now, if I type ls target dir / we have file1.txt has been copied over here. Okay, so I'm going to remove it right now and show you another thing. Okay, so in order to remove it, okay, I can either address it by name, or since there's no other file within target dir, I can do this simply star. Star means remove everything inside the target directory, okay, the target dir here. And let's check. You see, it's empty again. So ls target dir is empty. Okay, now I'm gonna copy all the contents of tonydir inside target dir. How to do it in the easiest way? Okay, we need to use cp, okay, copy tonydir / star. Star means it's an asterisk, meaning it's everything inside tonydir, okay, copy it into target dir, okay, and enter, and let's check ls target dir. You see all the files, and I'm gonna display it in a list format. I'm sorry, okay, sorry. Now, everything that existed in tonydir formerly has been copied to target dir, okay, you see. Now, another way to go about it, okay. So copy actually does not destroy the original files. You see, the original files are still available in tonydir, but a copy of them has been migrated to target dir. But let's say I want to execute a cut operation. Okay, I want to cut the content of tonydir, remove them completely, and migrate them or move them into target dir. How to do that? Okay, in order to do that, first of all, I'm gonna clear, then I'm gonna remove what is inside target dir. Okay, so rm target dir / and I'm gonna remove everything. Okay, so by star I denote everything that's available, or we can do something like that, by the way. Rm target dir / star.txt, meaning that all the files that that end with the extension .txt will be removed. Okay, actually, yeah, we'll try that afterwards. Okay, so again, ls target dir / you see, we've emptied it because all these files end with .txt extension, so we remove them all. Okay, so I'm gonna right now, you see in tonydir we have all the files, target dir is empty. I'm gonna move instead right now what is available in the first directory tonydir into target dir using a cut operation, meaning I won't leave a copy in the original directory. So to do that, I type move tonydir / star, meaning everything inside tonydir. I want to remove it, I want to cut it rather into target dir directory. So in other words, again, target dir was empty, tonydir was, we had the 4 files here. Okay, so we've cut all these files from tonydir and pasted them in target dir. This is actually what had happened. Okay, so another command is the command named file. Okay, so what is it for? Actually, when we type file, so we are on the desktop right now, right?
So let's first list what is available on the desktop. ls-l. Okay, so what file does, file is actually not a file, it's a command. Okay, so what the command file does is it tells us, okay, what type is the following file or directory or whatever it is. So you have a component. So let's say here file tonydir. Okay, see what file did? It told us, okay, tonydir is actually a type of directory. Okay, so if we go into, okay, for instance, file tonydir / actually we've wiped tonydir. Okay, but inside ls, okay, inside target dir we have different file types. Okay, so let's check it. Okay, so yeah, if I type file target dir / file1.txt, so it's actually empty, right? It's an empty file. Yeah, perhaps it has a an actual extension which is txt, but it does not necessarily mean that it is an actual txt file. Okay, okay, let's use some other thing. Okay, so we'll go all the way back to the root folder. So we are at the root right now, ls. Okay, so if we type file cd-rom, it's a directory. What about what's inside the cd-rom? Or let's check the dev. Okay, so cd-dev ls. Okay, yeah, let's type file cpu. It's a directory. Okay, cpu dma latency file cpu. This is where I'm getting this from, by the way. Okay, so cpu dma latency. This is actually a character special file. Okay, so yeah, let's check it. Actually, cat cpu dma latency. Okay, dev ls. Okay, we're not gonna go. Okay, it's a character special file right now. Okay, so let's check the CPU, for instance. Okay, cd cpu ls. I'm sorry, cd cpu. We've gotten out. Okay, cd dev. We need to go back to dev. Cd cpu, because CPU is inside dev. You see, so we have the directory /dev, underneath it /cpu. As we mentioned, dev. It lists all the devices. Okay, connected to the system. Okay, cd cpu ls. So okay, cpu 0. So cd 0. Let's check ls. You see, okay, cd msr. It's not a directory. Okay, cat msr. Okay, so it's actually a file within. So we have one CPU, meaning, okay, and the msr is something connected to the CPU. Okay, a data, like a configuration file or something connected to the CPU. Anyway, so okay, again, let's go back to the root. Okay, so what we were saying before, as we mentioned, okay, so yeah, when I addressed grep, okay, so let's say I'm searching inside a file. Okay, so let's say, okay, ls, as we mentioned, inside etc you have different configuration files, including what? Including passwd, which contains the different usernames. Okay, so cd etc ls, you see, you have security, sane.d, se linux, shadow, shells. Let's check. Okay, cron, perl, pki. Okay, let's see. So ls-l, it displays for us everything containing within the etc. Again, let's say I'm looking for the passwd, which again is the file that stores all the usernames on the system. So what I do is ls-l, and instead of making it display the output on the screen, I insert the pipe, okay, which is the shift backward slash gives us the pipe, okay, the pipe symbol. After that, and this is a redirection command, meaning that ls-l, okay, it will be redirected as an input to the command that will follow, which is grep. What the grep does is actually a command that actually grabs, this is where the name actually derives from. Grep will grab or will filter out all the lines here only containing, or will filter all the lines containing the sequence of words that will come afterwards. So let's say here ls-l pipe grep passwd. So from all of that output, you see all the lines here, grep will filter them out, leaving only all the lines that contain this sequence of characters, okay? Or will filter, okay, meaning it will extract all the lines containing passwd. I hope it's clear, okay? So, you see, we have, these are the two lines, okay? So, you have, by the way, shadow. Shadow contains all the passwords within the system, okay? The username and passwords. Let's actually cat it out. Let's display it. Okay, cat shadow. You see? With all the usernames, okay? And by the way, many of these commands can only be executed as root, okay, as high privilege. So if I was an ordinary user, I could never get inside that file. So let's again, okay, search for Tony, okay, and his password. So in order to do that, I will clear it again. Okay, cat shadow pipeline grep, meaning grab for me only the lines containing the username or the word actually Tony. Unix does not know whether it's a username or not. It simply processes based on the command based on the filtering and what you enter into it. You see, this is Tony, the username, and that is the hashed password for that user. Of course, it's encrypted. Now, of course, there are ways to crack that password. That's why it is hidden. Not as easy, but there are ways to probably get around it. Okay, so another way to get here. So inside the root, let's say you are from the root executing that command. You don't want to get every time inside the etcs and type cat shadow. I can simply do it from here. Cat, I know now, I already know so far that etc is right under the root directory. So I can immediately type cat etc/shadow, you see, and we have all the usernames. Again, let's actually filter them out and only leave a specific username such as Tony. So cat etc/shadow pipe grep Tony, and you see we've gotten, of course, this is the command here, and we've gotten the username Tony and the hash after it, okay? So this is the command, and underneath it you have Tony, the username, and the hashed password, which is, of course, encrypted. Okay, so another thing, okay, so yeah, we'll check, for instance, the zip. The zip is the command for compression, okay? So let's say I have here a file. Now I won't do that actually inside the root, okay? Let's go back to the desktop. cd/home/Tony/desktop. Clear? Okay, print working directory. We are at the desktop right now. Okay, so let's see what we can do. So I'm gonna compress target dir, okay? I will call it target dir.zip. Now, this here has nothing to do, you can name it whatever you want, okay? I'm gonna keep the same name, okay? Then, what do we want to actually compress? Target dir, okay? So, store 0%. You see? This is the directory that has been compressed, okay, from target dir, and we've named it target dir. Now I can name it whatever I want, but to reduce the confusion and to guard the same naming system, okay, I've kept the name. Now, in order to, let's say I want to extract it, okay, so what do? Unzip, new target, and target, new target is the name of the folder to which I'm gonna unzip it. And what is the file name? Target.dir.zip. Now here, I'm uncompressing target.dir.zip into the new target, okay? Enter, cannot find or open new target. Okay, new target. Perhaps the unzip command works in a different way. I will check it out. Okay, unzip -- help. How to unzip? Okay, unzip data 1-x, extract all files. Yeah, except so from the zip file. Okay, where is the zip file? I don't need to type .zip. Okay, yeah, it works in a different way. So mainly I type unzip. The name of the file is target.dir without the zip extension, okay. Then -x without -x, okay. I'm gonna unzip it immediately. Archive, okay. I think it unzipped it here, okay, into that one, okay. So let's say I'm gonna rename target.dir into something else, so that when we unzip this zip file, okay, it will show up more explicitly. So in order to name this directory, I'm gonna do that. Move target.dir. It's like we're cutting it and we're pasting it into a different name. Okay, move target.dir. Target.dir. Okay, I'm gonna name it all target. Let's see what happens. Okay, you see, I removed this folder, okay, and replaced it using a different name. Of course, all the files are still here. So again, in order to rename a folder, this is the trick. Move, okay, now it's called all target. I'm gonna change the name again, all the target. Move all target to alt. I'm gonna simply rename this folder into alt. Okay. Now let's unzip the target.dir. Okay. So unzip target.dir again without the extension. And let's see what happens. You see, it has been unzipped into what? Into target.dir using the same name. Okay. Yeah, perhaps I think we've already removed the files from it. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Concerning the zip operation we did before, actually we left something very important. That's why the directory was compressed without its content, without its files. So what we needed to do actually is to type zip. And remember, here we are on the desktop. We have this content directory. Let me at first show you what that directory contains. So if I type ls-l content, you have different file types such as shellcode, WAV file, text, JPEG, right? So all of these files, and I created them using touch. So the vision, for instance, is not actually a JPEG file. I added the extension myself, but it's an empty file. So anyway, in order to compress the content of that directory, I type zip -r, meaning recursive, and content, right? Content, and it should do it immediately and compress it to the same location. Okay, zip -r content. Okay, so again, yeah, I need to point to the name of the source. Okay, so zip -r content dot zip and content. Let's see. Okay, you see, so we created the content here, and of course each time you click on it, what will happen is it will decompress. Okay, so this is the actual decompressed content of content.zip. So I'm gonna delete that right now. Okay, so again, if I type ls, you have the zip file over here. Now, if I remove, or let's change the directory name here to protect the content to another thing. Okay, so move content to, let's name it temporary, so as to hide the name of the original content. Okay, and now I'm gonna unzip the content.zip so that it will be decompressed. Let's see what happened. Okay, unzip content.zip, and if we ls right now, you see we restored the original directory over here. Okay, so no need to keep the temporary directory. I'm gonna type rm-r, which means recursive, and remove the temporary directory, and we removed it. And by the way, recursive because it needs to remove the content first, all the files that are within it, and then it destroys the directory. Great. Now, after that, what we need to do is, let's check the file type of different files. So here I have a file which was downloaded from the internet. Okay, and by the way, it goes under downloads once it is downloaded. So, and I moved it from the downloads into the desktop over here. So in order to repeat that, let's first check the file type of this file. So it is on the desktop and I'm on the desktop. I simply type file linux this.png, and you see it's a PNG image data. Now, how I got it? Again, I downloaded it from the internet. Let's remove it right now, and I'll get it to you from the downloads folder or directory. So where is the downloads directory? If you go backward and you type ls, you see here is the downloads. And if we type ls downloads, it will give us, this is the image. So in order to copy it to the desktop, actually I will move it without leaving a copy on the downloads. So I type move. Now, okay, where I am okay in the main directory. So I type move downloads / linux distribution.png, and then I need to go to desktop and / and you see it has been copied over the desktop. Now again, another command, and by the way, I can do this. I can type, so let's go back to the desktop, or we can check the file types of the directory here called content that is within the desktop all the way from here. So I type file. Okay, now desktop is right under where I am right now. So if I type print working directory, okay, so under Tony there is the desktop, downloads, everything, all the directories that you need. So I type file desktop / content / Star means check the file type of all the files contained in the content directory that are stored inside the content under the desktop, on the desktop. Okay, so you see here only what has been identified is a shell script, but other file types are empty simply because I created them using touch. There is no wave data inside the sound1.wave or sound2.wave. Also, there are no images in Vision 1, 2, 3. Neither is there a text in V1, V2, V3, simply because they are empty files that I created moments ago. Now, another thing, okay, so let's say I need to, okay, let's go to the desktop. I'm gonna clear the screen right now. So, ls content. Okay, so let's say I need to output all the content of this file here, timestamped archiver. Okay, so I type cat, and since it is inside the content, I need to go to content / timestamped archiver .sh, and you see it outputted the content of this file on the console. Okay, now if I need to get one line from that file, okay, like one line that contains actually a specific sequence of characters, so what I do is I cat from okay, I type content / what was the file name? Content. Okay, let's ls content at first. Okay, yeah, cat content / time stamped archiver.sh, which is this file over here inside the directory called content, and we're on the desktop, and the content is on the desktop content directory. And then I redirected using this pipe here, and I type grep. Grep means grab is all the lines having a specific sequence of characters. So I need the line that has the word tar in it, which is this one. Okay, so grep tar, and you see all the lines, actually, yeah, there is the tar as a command, and there are all the lines that have the word target also have been grabbed, okay, by this command. If I need to be more specific, okay, I recall the last command using the up arrow, and I type grep tar -cvf, and it will get me what? It will get me this line over here. Okay, it will get me this line. So enter. Okay, grep option requires an argument. Okay, it considered this as a command. Okay, I'm sorry. So yeah, perhaps we need to enclose it. I think this will work. Yeah, you see, it took it as a string, not a command. Okay, because it confused .cvf as being a part of the command grep itself. Now, another thing, okay, if I need to edit a file, okay, there's an editor for that, which is more clear than the nano editor. Now, what the nano does is that it gets you to access the file. You can edit it, but it's not like graphic and visual. It doesn't highlight for you the syntax, such as you know, code written in Bashrc or Python. Okay, so let's clear the screen at first, and if I type actually gedit, and by the way, if it's not installed, I need to install it. Okay, so if I type gedit, let's edit file2.txt, okay, or file1.txt over here. Okay, so I'm on the desktop, and it is on the desktop. So you see here, okay, so now let's say I'm highlighting, I need to highlight everything that is written in Linux or Bashrc. I go to view, highlight mode, and I type shell, okay? And everything written in shell will be highlighted. So if I type ls-l, you see everything that is related to a command, to the Linux command line would be highlighted, which will make it easier on me to edit the code. Okay, more than that, so let's say I save it. I can go to preferences, fonts and colors, and increase the font as much as I like to make it clearer. Okay, so, and let's say I don't have the gedit editor. What I do is sudo meaning enter the administrator mode, because I'm not allowed as an ordinary user to install a file. So sudo apt install gedit. Okay, the password, so it required the password because we're entering into the administrator mode. You see, and it has been installed. Actually, it was already there, but just to show you how to install it. Another thing, okay, so yeah, how to archive a file. So let's at first remove the content.zip, okay, so that we can eliminate the confusion here. So we removed it. The archive, what it does is that it takes a set of files and places them in one package, okay? So the archiving is important, especially when we want to compress, okay? So it's like a wrapper of files. So in order to archive, I type tar, now dash, after that C means create a new archive, V means verbose, so tell me what files have been archived, and F means we're archiving files. Next to that, I need the name of the final archived package, so I will call it content.tar, okay? And then I point to the directory that needs to be archived. Of course, here it's easy because everything is local to the desktop, so I don't need to type something like /home/ Tony /desktop /content. You know why? Because I'm already on the desktop. Okay, the directory to be archived is on the desktop. Okay, so space content, and let's see what happens. So you see, we've gotten an archived file. Okay. Now, of course, if I open it, it has all the content already existing here, and it will decompress it. Now, let's remove it and also try another thing. So, remove content. Of course, since it has files, I need to do the recursion, meaning it will remove the files first, then the content directory.rar. Okay? Okay, no such file. Content.tar, I'm sorry, rm-r content.tar, the extension is .tar. See, we removed it. Okay, another thing to try is tar. Let's clear the screen. So tar -cv zf. Z means zip, so I want not only to archive the content, the files inside the directory called content, but I also need to compress the output. So I will call it content.tar.zip, and then content. So you see, it has been not only archived, but also compressed to reduce its size. Okay? Another command here. So let's say, let's clear here. So let's say I need to get the last lines of a file. Okay? So I use tail, and I use after tail, okay, -f, let's say, I'm tailing a file, and the file I'm tailing is content / okay, I always forget the name of this file, timestamped archiver, okay, .sh. So timestamped archiver.sh, and you see it outputted for me the last 10 lines of this file. So this is important, especially when you're outputting a log file that's updating. You see here it didn't close, so if something changes in that file it would be updated, so it will go downwards. So if something has been added to the file, okay, the upper part would be would go up, and then it would be replaced by the new content, you see. So the most outdated, actually, yeah, it will always keep 10 lines below, okay. So whatever I add, it will go to the last 10 lines basically. Ctrl+C to exit. Now also another command, yeah, let's say I want to count the number of words inside of a file, okay. So you have the command word count. Now it has different options. So word count -m will count only the number of characters in a file. So let's count the words inside that file, the characters actually. wc-m means only the number of characters. So let's see what we get, and you have 886 characters. So if we type wc without the -m, content type / timestamped archiver.sh, it will give us number of lines, number of words, and number of characters, okay. So number of lines, of words, and of characters. So let's try wc-l. It will give us the number of lines. Of course, I might be mistaken. Yeah, correct. The number of lines. So wc-w should give us the number of words inside that file. You see? Okay, great. So I'm gonna clear it to get to something else right now. Another command which is very important is the command cut. Okay, so what cut does is that it enters a specific line of characters, okay, or a specific file. Actually, it can be a complete text. It will remove specific fields based on a separator, on a delimiter, okay, and it will extract one of the fields based on the index that we, like if we type -f2, it will extract the second field, so on and so forth. Okay, let's do an example. It will get more clearer. Okay, so let's say I type date. This is another command, by the way, that will output the date. Okay, so here you have the day, the month in string, the actual month's day, meaning it's the 12th day of the month, the clock value, okay, the hour, minute, seconds, PM, and the year. Let's say I want to extract this here, only the year value. So what I do is I type date, then instead of pressing enter and outputting it on the console, I type the redirection symbol, which is the pipeline, then cut. Okay, when I type cut, I specify the delimiter, which is in this case the space, right? So here the different arguments are separated by what? By spaces, right? One space, two spaces, three spaces. So this would be the first field, second field, third field, fourth field, fifth field, sixth, and seventh. So let's get the year value, which is on the seventh field. Okay, so cat dash d space dash f, which means the field, and I need to extract the 7 fields, the 7th field. So you see, we've gotten what? The year value. Let's say I need the value of the day. Okay, so I do date pipe cut dash d, then the separator, which is space dash f, and the third one, the third field is the day value, the month's day value. You see, we've gotten 12. Another interesting thing, let's say I need to extract the clock, but instead of the entire clock, I need to only get the minutes value over here. So how are we gonna do that? First of all, this entire block is located on the 4th field, means that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, separated by spaces. Don't count the spaces, count the fields, okay? So let's at first extract that, okay, the clock value. So I type date, then pipeline cut dash d, the delimiter is still space, then dash f, and 4. Again, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Enter. Okay, great. I've gotten the clock value. But I need to get from that clock the minutes value. So how am I gonna do that? What I do is I type another pipeline, meaning that the result here, which is this one, would also be redirected again to another command. Now this command will again be cut, except this time the delimiter would be what? The semicolon over here. You see? It would be the semicolon. Okay? So this would be the delimiter for, so again, this output here, okay, if we split it or separate it by, based on this semicolon, it will give us 3 fields, and the minutes value would be the second field. So cat dash d dash f 2. Oh, I'm sorry. What, we've done something wrong over here. Okay. You see what happened? Okay. Because here it is the live clock, so the 19 is no longer 19, it became 10. So let me show you what happened. The date, because the minutes are always changing, right? Right? Okay, so if I run this command again, it will give us 21, which is the updated number of minutes. Okay, great. Now, another thing is the sort command. Okay. So what does the sort do? The sort is a command that sorts the content of a file, okay, based on an ascending order or descending order. So let's say sort dash or sort sort without anything, without any argument, okay. So sort file2.txt, which is available on the desktop, okay. So at first, yes, let me show you the sort file2.txt. You see, we have the sorting of all these states names, okay. These are American states that have been sorted. But let's check the original content of file2 without sorting. Okay, actually we did not update. We simply sorted the content of file2 and displayed it on the terminal. But the original or the actual content also, because it has not been changed, you see, it's not actually sorted because the W here, okay, the Washington state should be placed last. Okay, so again, if I type sort, you will see what happens. It will be perfectly sorted, so Texas cannot be residing here. It should be almost at the end. So sort file2.txt, you see, all these states, all these words, actually it's treating them as words, have been sorted. Again, another thing, if we type sort -r, okay, and file2.txt, what will happen is it will sort them in reverse, meaning in descending order. So the word starting with W will be at first, then Alabama would be last. Okay. Another thing that we can do, if we type sort-o file2.txt and file3.txt. So what will happen is that the file2.txt would be sorted and the output would be directed or placed inside file3.txt, which we are creating. Actually, yeah, I need to check the syntax for that. I think we need to redirect them using this way. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure about it. Let's see if we have a file3. Okay, cat file3.txt. Yeah, it's empty. It's empty. No worries. Okay, we will check it later. Okay. Actually, no one is able to remember or memorize all the commands. Okay, so at times, like for the sort command, you type sort dash help dash dash help, and it will give you an entire manual on how to use this command. So you have dash R reverse, dash greater R, capital R, random sort. Yeah, we have the options. Okay, so I will see if we have an example on how to. Okay, no worries. Okay, we can address it another time. So yeah, let's clean the slate over here. Another command is locate. Now it might be it might need an installation, so it's not found. So what I do is, because it's usually added in another version of Linux, so what I do is sudo apt install locate. I type my password. Held. Okay, I'm not sure. Yeah, it might not be working right now. Okay, we'll check it later. So yeah, another command is find. Another command similar to locate is find. So how do we work with find? So basically, find is a command where you can search for a text file or a certain file name inside the system. So at first we need to designate the searching directory, and the directories that we designate, let's say we type /home, it will go to the home directory and go all the way down until it finds the file we're looking for, or it won't find it, okay, or not. So find /home, let's say file2.txt. So you see, it went all the way and found file2.txt over here, okay? So yeah, it searched all the files until it found it. Let's check another. Okay, let's say if I go all the way back, clear ls. Okay, if I do it from here, find home and file1 or file2, I'm sorry, .txt. No such directory. Okay, we need to be at the correct location. So yeah, find /home and file2.txt. Okay, no such file or directory. Wait a minute. Find /home. I'm sorry. -name. I'm leaving out the -name command. Okay. So by -name we're designating the name of the file. File2.txt. So we needed the -name. Don't forget about it. Okay. And you see, we found it. If we go all the way back, and again we run it, starting from the /home directory, -name, and file1 .txt this time, which will give us the same thing because, and you see, it gave us the exact location where this file is residing. Again, let's try to install locate, sudo apt install locate. Okay, so right now it's working. It might take some time. So what it actually does is that you designate a certain string pattern, okay, and it will search. It might be a part of the name of the file, not necessarily the complete name of the file. It will look for it all the way until it is found, okay, and it will get you all the occurrences of that string pattern, okay. We will show you in a moment. So yeah, it's installing. Okay, so if I type locate, and let's say I'm trying to locate everything that ends with .txt. Let me actually clear the screen. Okay, locate.txt. Okay, I will go all the way back. Locate txt. Okay, manual locate. So yeah, it might change. Some things might change from one system to another. I might be missing a pattern that a command that needs to be added in the pattern. Okay. So okay, no problem. Okay, but this is how it works. Actually, this is how it works in another version. Okay, but here it might not be working in the same way. Yeah, but you can check in the manual how to actually write the command. Okay. In this tutorial, we're going to search for a pattern, text pattern inside a file, whether text file or a shell script or something similar. And then once we find that pattern, we're going to replace it, like a certain text of a certain type or a certain sequence of characters. We're going to replace them or by another set of characters. So we can replace words, for instance, or delete the specific pattern that we find, like delete a specific word, or replace it or append to it or insert before it. So we're gonna do some file editing. But before getting there, let's use one other command that we might have missed, which is history. So the command history mainly displays all the commands that we've used on the system since the last reboot. So as long as this operating system has been running since the last reboot, these are all the commands that I've used so far. So another thing to address is the nano. The nano is like gedit, but it's more practical at times because it opens the editor inside the terminal. So I have here, as you see, metalprop.txt on the desktop. If I type ls on the desktop, you see, by the way, if I type ll, it's like ls, but it will list all the details, okay, and of all the files, and one on top of the other, including these two files here that are actually hidden. This is why they are represented in this way. Okay, now, so as we see, we have metalprop.txt. Let's get inside this metalprop because we're gonna use it afterwards. So if I type nano metalprop.txt, enter. Okay, so it's being edited. Open anyway. So I think it has been, yeah, it was already being edited. Okay, yes, yeah. So I typed yes, and it opened for me this file. Now, this file, when I first wrote it, it wasn't aligned like that. I simply placed every item on each line, then tabbed, I pressed the tab, and then written the next one, then tab, then the next one, all the way to the end of each line. And at the end of each line, I simply hit enter to go to the next line. Okay, so all these values are separated by a tab. They were not arranged in this way, but after I saved and then reopened the file, it rearranged itself somehow. Of course, the operating system had done that. Now, for this data here, okay, it's like a table, as you see. I got all that info from a website. Okay, I will give you the link below, or you can pause and write this, write a file like this one using gedit if you will, if you want. Okay, and write down. You don't need to write all the values or the exact values. Okay, just for the example, but it should have this similar pattern. Okay, so I'm gonna exit right now this file. Okay, and then we're gonna start doing some operations. At first, I'm gonna point back to the cut command. Okay, first of all, let's clear this text or this console over here to start from a clean slate. And I will do something else. You see, I don't want to change the metalprop.txt in case we damaged it. Okay, we replaced, like we wiped it out altogether. So I'm gonna copy metalprop.txt into another file. Okay, so we're gonna do that right now. Since we are on the desktop, we don't need to do anything but address the direct name of the file. So cp metalprop.txt. Then I will call the second file, which is the exact copy of that, metal2.txt. So you see it here. Now, if I cat this file, metal2.txt, you see it has the exact same data because it is an exact copy. Now, what I'm gonna start with is using the cut command that we already know, but instead of using it after a redirection, I'm gonna use it in its original way, okay, of usage. So what I'm gonna do right now, first of all, is I'm gonna extract all the first field of this file. Meaning that here, by the way, the separator is not a space but a tab. Okay, so I'm gonna first cut -d, and then in order to address the tab, okay, to refer to the tab, we cannot write it like this immediately. Okay, we need to place behind it $, the $sign. Okay, then space -f. So what field do I need to display? The first field, which is the name of the metals. Okay, and then quite simply here, so I'm gonna call the file name metal2.txt, and we hit -f. We need here 1, which is the first field. I did not pick up the field, so cut -d /t -f1 metal2.txt, and here we've gotten all the first field, okay, which is located at 1, right? At position 1, field 1. And the separator again is \tab, okay, expressed by \t, not space in this case. And in order to call that, to get this separator, we need to place a $sign before it, so it would be interpreted as a tab, not 2 characters, \and t, right? So another way to do that, or I'm sorry, let's give you another example. So let's say I'm gonna pick this time the heat value, okay? So I can call back this command using the upper arrow. So the heat value sits on the third field, right? So it is the same syntax, the same command, but we changed the field value. Okay, you see, we've gotten here the density, we've gotten the heat value, you see, okay? Now the density, for some reason, seems to have been caught in this display, but mainly the heat is this field over here, okay? I might have miswritten density on the third tab, okay? This might be the main problem, okay? So it picked it at the third field, but this is only the word density, not the actual values of the density. Okay, let's also grab the color values, okay? So using this same command, cut, not cat, okay, cut \t -f, so this would be the fourth field, 1 2 3 4, and metal2.txt, and you see we've gotten all the color values. Now the other way to do that is what we've done formerly. So I can write cat, and there's a difference between cat and cut, by the way. So cat metal2.txt alone, it will spit out all the content of the file to the console. But if I use the pipeline and afterwards cut -d $t, which is the tab separator, -f, so which field we're gonna pick this time? Let's pick the same field over here, which is the field 4, okay? The color values. So here, notice this is another way to do that. So first I catted, or I outputted the file content, redirected it to the cut command, and it will produce the same result, you see? Okay, so this is the cut part. Now we're gonna clear it. Again, for reference, let's place it again. Okay, place the content of the file again. Okay, so we can process what we want. Okay, now we're gonna use the awk command. So the awk command, this is how it's written, okay? So how it actually works, you have here, I'm gonna place a regular expression pattern of some sort after the /, so apostrophe / pattern, then another /, and action would be something like a print, or yeah, something like that. And afterwards, the name of the file, which is in our case will be metal2.txt. Okay. So yeah, let's write some examples. So first of all, if I type awk, then print, and the file name, it will simply work just like cat. So it will print everything, okay? Because there are no conditions over here. Okay, so let's start filtering then. So let's say I want to display all the lines, okay, that have the name iron, okay? So I type awk, then /iron/, so this is the pattern to look for, and afterwards, as we mentioned, after the so iron is the pattern, we're looking for that word, and after that, okay, inside these curly braces I specify what the action, which is print, and finally I need to enclose the apostrophe, okay, and afterward the file name, which is metal2.txt. So this is the command, okay? You see, it only picked out this line that contains this pattern. Okay, so let's clear the screen. Again, cat metal2.txt to keep observing the table that we have. Now, after that, okay, I'm gonna, let's say I want to only print the first argument, the first field, and the third field, okay? So, how do we do that? Okay, a little bit similar to cut, by the way. So, we do awk. After awk, we open these braces, then print, and after print, what are we going to print? The first argument, which is denoted by $1, $1, and the third argument, which would be $3, okay? And the file name, metal2.txt. So you see, we have the different metals, the names of the metals, next to what? This field, which is the heat, okay? So 1 and 3 have been filtered out and printed to the console. Okay, so let's say I want to print out, to display the line numbers, okay? So each line I want to display its number next to the first argument, which is the names of the metals, okay? So what I do is awk, then print. I'm sorry, I need to open the curly braces. So print. Now the line number is denoted by NR, okay? And after it, I need to place $0, meaning that I want all the lines to be printed, okay? Here, okay, let's say $1 then. $1 if I need only the first argument, okay? metal2.txt, you see, okay? I have the line number and all the names of the metals. Now, to place it in a different way, okay, if I type $, instead of $1, $0, it will take the entire lines and will enumerate them. It will give all of them their line number values. Okay, so you see here, awk print nr $0 has given us all the lines inside that file, and all of them have been given their line numbers. Okay, great. Now another thing, another example. Okay, let's say I did, okay, let's say I want the first or the second and last argument. Okay, the second and last argument. So I type awk, then open the curly braces, print. Okay, so starting from the first one, I need the first argument, which is here, metal. Okay, you see in the original file we don't have the numbers. Okay, we still don't have the numbers, so the $1 is the first field here. And okay, so I need the first field and the last field. The last field can be addressed with $NF. Okay, it's like end of file. Okay, and metal2.txt. So you see we have the metal name and the color. Okay, so let's try another thing. Let's say I need to display the second field, which is the density, okay, and the last field, $NF. Okay, you see density and color have been displayed. Again, the original file content does not have numbers. Okay, we need to remember that numbers have only been displayed on the output. By the way, I can insert the numbers and then rewrite, meaning that instead of outputting the numbered lines to the console, I can redirect it into another file. Okay, so I can write it to another file. So okay, let's say I need, I can also reformat the lines with, meaning that I can place line numbers with some reformatting. So let's say I want to place the line number. Okay, so at first I need to open the curly braces, print. So I need the line number. Next to it I need this let's say tilde, okay, or dash. You can place whatever you want. It's a character, nothing important here. It's not actually a syntax. Okay, and I need the entire line to be printed along with it. Okay, $0 meaning the entire line. So, and the file name is metal2.txt. So this is the command over here. You see 1, 2, 3, you see the formatting. Okay, let's clear it. Another way to do it, okay, let's say I need $3. Okay, so here I'm only printing the line numbers with the heat field. Okay, so great. Now another like interesting command. Let's say I need to print out the total number of lines. Okay, so what I do is awk, then okay, let's at first clear and cut metal2.txt so that we can see the table right in front of us. So let's type awk, then end, then print what? nr, meaning what? Meaning I need to print the number of the row number of the end character. The end character is actually the end of the file. This is what he is looking for. Okay, and next to it metal2.txt, the file name. You see 8 lines. Is it correct? Let's check it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, correct. Okay, so another interesting command is, let's say I need to print only the lines that have a length greater than 10 characters or 15 characters. Now of course it won't mean anything over here because all the lines are almost similar. Okay, it's not like an ordinary text, but just for the fun of it, so length, sorry, here I'm gonna check if the length of a line, if I'm gonna take the entire line, so I type length $0 for the entire line. So if it's greater than 15 characters, okay, then you need to print it, then it will be printed. This is what he's doing. He's filtering all the lines that have a length greater than 15. Now probably, yeah, all the lines have already qualified for that, okay, in this file. Let's check another argument. So let's say I'm gonna awk, okay, yeah, another interesting command over here. It is actually a conditional. So if, how are we going to write it? If length $0, if length of the entire line is greater than a max value and the max line is equal to length of the line, okay. Sorry, yeah, if length is greater, so here we're declaring a max variable, okay. I'm gonna search to see what is the maximum number of which line has the maximum number of characters, okay. This is what we're doing. So if length $0 is greater than max, then max is equal to length $0. We're searching for the line having the longest number of characters, okay. So at the end of this file, when we get to the end of the file, I need him to print the max variable, which carries what? The maximum, the line where you have the maximum number of characters. This is what it is actually doing. method2.txt. Okay, so yeah, 51 characters. Actually, yeah, it's printing, it's getting the number of characters, not the number of lines. Okay, yeah, the maximum number of characters in any of these lines is 51 characters. Okay, so another command we're gonna introduce right now is sed. So what is sed? Sed, actually it's lowercase, is a command that let us find, replace, delete patterns, specific string patterns inside a file without using a text editor. Okay, so it is more mechanic. Instead of getting into a text editor, it's more automatic, more dynamic, okay, of course more practical. So let's give an example. So let's say, okay, I need to replace a word with another word inside method2.txt. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is type sed-i, which will insert or replace actually here. Okay, so here s denotes a start of a pattern, /, here old word I will call it, then / replacement or new word. Okay, just for the example, then /g. Okay, this is the syntax, and afterward the name of the file. So what's happening here? Okay, this is the start of the file. Okay, this is the word to be replaced, this is the replacement. Okay, and /g means globally in the entire, this will run inside the entire file, not only specific lines, but it will be global. Okay, in the entire file. Okay, so it will edit the text, replace the old word with the new word, and update method2.txt file. Okay, of course here it did not find old word and new word, but let us change actually this pattern. Okay, so we're gonna type, instead of old word, let's change iron, right, with something else. So instead of iron, sorry, let's here change the iron with the chrome metal. Okay, so let's display method2.txt to see the change that had happened. You see, here we had iron in the above, here we have chrome, so we replaced this text. Okay, of course I can do other things similar to that. Okay, but this is how it works. Okay, so I place the old word, then the new word to replace it. Okay, it's like find replace, by the way, and /g meaning globally, then the file name. Okay, of course I can use regular expressions here. Okay, we will get to that. We will get to that afterwards. Okay, after this section. So again, cat method2.txt to start clean. So by the way, I can replace, I can do it case insensitive, meaning that here it is case sensitive. Case insensitive means even if iron has a lowercase I, okay, it will still, meaning that, let's say I wrote it this way, okay, iron, and iron, the word iron here had a lowercase I, okay, not capital. So if I place right in front of G I, okay, small I, what will happen is it can pick up even the words that are not capitalized and switch them to the word chrome. Okay, so it will be case insensitive. Okay, so let's say I'm gonna change chrome this time. but here, okay, I'm gonna write Chrome in a different way, and we'll switch it to the word platinum. Okay, so cat metal2.txt. You see, he located it, although it was not written in lowercase. Chrome here is written in the uppercase. So since we placed I, he even identified it and switched it to the word platinum. Okay, so we're gonna clear again cat metal2.txt. So another version, okay, yeah, let's say I need to find and replace specific words starting from the 5th line, okay, or the 4th line to the 6th line, okay. So this is how we're gonna do it. So we're gonna search for words only in specific range of lines, let's say from the 2nd to the 3rd, okay. So only in these 3 lines. If these patterns are found, replace them, okay. So here is what we're gonna do. We're gonna replace 0 with X from the 3rd to the 5th line, okay, so that it would be apparent how it worked out. Okay, so sed-i, and then I open the apostrophe 5. I'm sorry. So we said 3rd to the 5th line, right? So it will be 3, then 5, then we start the pattern with S. It is the same S that we used to use, okay, as a starter for the pattern, okay, nothing changed here. Okay, so what I need to do is replace 0 with X on a global scale, okay, and then address or call the file metal2.txt. So let's see what happens. Okay, so cat metal2.txt, and you see from the 3rd to the 5th line, okay, all zeros have been replaced by X. Now let me change platinum because it's not tidy here. Let me change platinum back to Chrome, okay. So sed platinum Chrome /g metal2.txt. okay, yeah, we've gotten, oh, we had platinum downwards, okay. So the next platinum, I need to change it back to platinum, okay, the last one, okay. So in order to do that, okay, I'm gonna do an edit at starting from, yeah, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 on the 7th line, okay. So yeah, 7th line / Chrome /platinum /g, so S starting of the pattern, G globally, metal2.txt. okay, we messed it up again, okay, I don't care. Yeah, so platinum back to Chrome, and I need to specify the range. The range would be the 2nd to second to 4th line, 2 to 4th. Okay, let's see if this works. Yeah, okay, it worked. So let's clear the mess, and then, okay, so let's say I want to delete the 3rd line, okay. So cat metal2.txt, I'm interested in deleting, okay, yeah, I can restore that using another, okay, I'm gonna restore this file by copying metalprop.txt, which is this original file, back to metal2.txt to overwrite the altered content. Okay, so if I type clear, then cat metal2, okay, we've completely restored it. Now, so let's say I'm interested in deleting the third line, so sed-i apostrophe 3d metal2.txt cat metal2.txt. Okay, so we have one line missing, which is iron. You see, iron is now missing, okay, because we deleted the third line. Okay, so let's say I need to delete a text based on a pattern. Okay, so I type sed-i again. So you have here, I need to address the text to be deleted, which would be, okay, here we don't have s and g. Okay, so I will delete, let's say, lead. I will delete only the word lead. Okay, so lead /d metal2.txt. D is for deletion, by the way. So cat metal2.txt. You see, we no longer have the word lead. Okay, the word lead is gone right now. Okay, so again, let's say I need to insert a text to the third line or fourth line. Okay, so I type sed-i. Okay, 3i means insert. Okay, and what do I need to insert? Okay, I need to insert to the third line. Okay, let's say, yeah, I'm gonna insert this symbol, or 3 dash O. Okay, I'm gonna insert this weird character here with a hash. Okay, so metal2.txt, let's see what happened. It will be inserted to the third line, and you see we've inserted 3 dash hash O into the third line. Okay, now let's append to the file. Okay, so I'm gonna append, I'm sorry, clear cat metal2.txt. so I'm gonna append to the file. Let's append on the fourth row. Okay, 4a / appended text over here. Okay, and metal2.txt, or let's say 2a. Let's append to the second, you know what, to the fifth line. Okay, here appended text. Okay, you see, this has been appended to the fifth line. 1 2 3 4 5 to the fifth line. Okay, 1 2 3 4 5, yeah, 5. Right after the 5, it has been appended. This is what it actually means. Okay, so this is what actually means. Again, yeah. Also, let's say I'm gonna append. Okay, I'm sorry. Let's say I want to replace a character. Okay, but I will not overwrite the actual file, but write it rather to another file. So I'll give you an example. So here, let's say, yeah, let's remove metal2.txt, or let's first of all restore it. In order to restore it, I will copy back metal_prop, the original file, to metal2.txt. What it will do is override the content of metal2, because metal_prop has the original table, you see. So after I copied it to metal2.txt, I've overwritten the last the lastly edited metal2.txt file. So metal2.txt file has been restored. Okay, so let's actually edit it. Okay, I'm gonna replace a file here. Okay, metal2.txt. I'm gonna replace here, starting from this pattern. Okay, we'll replace all zeros by x. Okay, and this will be globally. Okay, it will be globally. So after that, metal2.txt, but I won't override the original file, which is metal2.txt. I would rather write it on a third file, okay, on another file. So let's see what happened. You see, if I cat metal2.txt, it has not been changed. Meanwhile, if I cat metal3.txt, you see all the zeros have been changed or replaced with x's, with the x character. Okay, so now again, if I want to delete all the lines that have a certain pattern, okay, I type sed / x dot. So everything that has the x dot pattern in it, okay, it will be deleted. / how do we designate that? / d. The last command is d, and here I'm gonna do that to metal3.txt, okay, or whatever you want. Let's do it to metal2.txt. It's okay. So if I cat metal2.txt, okay, yeah, have I done it to metal2? Okay, metal3. Yeah, anyway, okay, don't mind that. Okay, so we won't confuse you more than that. Okay, so it will find a pattern and it will delete all the lines having that pattern. Okay, now another command here. Okay, so if I type cat metal2.txt, cat metal3.txt, okay, so there's a command to actually differentiate or compare two files. So the command is diff, okay, file1, okay, metal1.txt, I'm sorry, metal2.txt, metal3.txt. I think it's lacking an argument. It worked out. Okay, you see, it's looking for all the differences between the two files. Now if I type man or manual for the diff command, okay, let's see the argument. Report only when files differ, -s, report identical files, -c, output lines of copied contents, unified contents, edited script, okay, RCS, output of an RCS format difference, okay, yeah, too many options here. Okay, let's see, -x, exclude from file, ignore case. Okay, too many things over here. Okay, let's see if they have some examples. Okay, anyway, so diff -rcs metal2.txt, metal3.txt. okay, so it's given us, okay, where there has been changes. Okay, yeah, and of course you can play with it. There are many other options that we can use. Okay, so this is everything for this part, and we'll see you in the next one. Next, we're going to check file access privilege usage, actually privilege checking, listing, and changing, how to change the privileges of access to files. So at first, I have here, of course, the Linux terminal in front of me. I would rather get inside the super user so that I would have all rights to change and alter the file privilege of access, okay, privileges of access for owner, group and user, so I would have full control. So what I would do is su root, or su alone will get you to the root. Then I will type the root password and I'm on the root user. So if I type whoami, you see I'm the root right now. I have all access privileges, okay? So I'm the root right now. Now, if I go to the desktop, we have multiple files on the desktop. We're going to test on them. So how to get to the desktop? If I type ls, you see here, I have all directories under the root location, under root, okay? So I need to go to home, then Tony, which is the main username of the machine, then after that desktop, okay? And I'm on the desktop right now. If I list the files that are on the desktop and the directories, you see here, so for D, every time you see D, it denotes that this is a directory, not an actual file. So content is a directory underneath which you have multiple files. But everything else denoted by dash means a file, okay? So you have here a text file, a shell script, a JPEG, although they are empty. I created them with a .jpeg extension, but they are actually empty files, okay? And here a directory called USB for a another use, okay, not for this moment. Now, if you look at each of these files, okay, so right at the beginning, okay, you have these literal rwx, rwx, rwx. So what do they actually mean? What they mean is read, write, execute, and we have three sets of them because you have the owner of the file, the first reset, then the group in which to which the owner belongs, and then others, okay? So others, as you see here, have only the right, the privilege, so to speak, to read and execute this shell script, okay? But meanwhile, only the owner and the group have the privilege to actually write it. They have, of course, they can read the content, they can write, okay, they can execute, but also they can write, meaning they can edit the file, okay? So I'll give you an example here. So let's say I change the mode of access for this path test, okay, which is another shell script, okay? If I type -rwx, okay, for path test.sh, so I have removed all rights to read, write and execute, okay? So if I try to run this shell, it won't allow me. You see, permission denied. Why? Because I removed the rights, okay? So of course, as a root user, I can change it back. And you see here, if I even try to display it by using the command cat, okay, okay, it displayed, okay, I can still display the content, okay. Now, but if I try to write it, let's see if I can write. So I'm gonna use the gedit, okay. Now, if I want to save, okay, being an administrator, I can save, you know, okay, but for others, okay, I cannot do that, okay. So this is the exception, that I happen to be the main user, okay, the super user, the administrator, okay. But for others, for the groups, so at the level where you've changed the right, they would be either taken away or given back, okay. So if I type ls-l again to list all the existing files, so you see path test.sh, okay. So you have the owner have no rights. Of course, I'm more than the owner, I'm the super user on this machine at the moment, then the group has the right to write the file, okay, or edit it, and for others they have neither the right or the privilege to read the content, meaning to cat the file, or to write, or to execute. Okay, all these rights have been taken away. So let's say if I switch the user to Tony, okay, so right now I'm no longer the super user. So let's say I'm trying to cat the file to display its content, meaning I'm reading it to the desktop. You see, I can no longer display the content to the desktop. Okay, if I type gedit path test.sh in order to edit the file, you see, I have no right to open it, neither to edit it, of course. Okay, so it is blocked. And of course, definitely, if I try to run the shell, I cannot do that either. Okay, since I'm not the super user. Okay, so let's get back to root. So if I want to change the mode of access, okay, now here is another important thing to note. Okay, so I can use number values in order to change the access privileges for the file. But how does it work? Okay, so if I type chmod 777 to the file, so the three of among the owner, the group, and the others will have all rights to read, write, and execute. But what does that mean? What is the 777? So consider here you have RWX, 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 respectively for the owner, right? So you have here, I will space them out, okay? You have owner, you have group, and you have here others, okay? So consider they are, okay, let's say I switch the values or I replace RWX with binary values, okay? So let's say you have, instead of R, okay, you have these literals, okay, 101, okay, consider them as binaries, okay? So you have 1, 1, 0 and 0, 0, 1, okay. I'll explain in a moment. So consider the bit here as a switch, okay? So under the owner, R switch is on, meaning that he has the right to read the file, okay? Now W is 0, meaning that he cannot edit it, okay? X is 1, meaning he can run it, he can execute. For the group, he can read and write, but he cannot execute. For the others, they can neither read or write nor execute. Now, of course, if I list this file, it will give me something like that. So R for the owner exists, is available. The owner can read the file, dash next to it dash, because he cannot write the file, and he can execute, so X is available. Next to it, for the group, okay, he can read and write, right? So he can read and write, because under read and write you have ones, but he cannot execute, so you replace it by a dash. And for others, they can neither read, neither write, but they can only execute. Okay, see something familiar here? If we look here where we've listed the existing files under the desktop. So you have, for example, url file.txt. You see here the owner can actually okay, don't mind the first dash. The first dash, it means that it's not a directory, it's a file. But next to it you have read, write, so the owner can read and write, but he cannot execute. Next to it you have read, write, okay, for the group, but he cannot execute. Also, the group cannot execute because you have a dash. Next to it, you have read, but no write and execute for others. You see? For the example below, for USB, you have a directory, and the right of the owner is to read, write, execute. Of the group, read, write, execute. But for others, they can read and execute, but they cannot write to the directory, which is the USB directory. Okay. Now, what's up with the numerical values I was talking about? Let's say I want to convert these binaries into a decimal value. Okay. So here for 001, okay, it simply translates to 1. Okay. So let's give a more specific example. Let's say here you have this sequence of bits, okay? So, or let's reduce it, okay? Because they are blocks of 3. So, for the first bit here, okay, for the first bit what you have is the decimal value is 2 to power 0, okay? This is the decimal value. For the second bit, it is 2 to power 1, okay? Because this is the lower weight, the one to all the way to the right, the bit to the right is the lower weight. It's called the lower weight bit. And for the bit to the left, it is the heavier weight, okay? Meaning here, 2 to power 0, 2 to power 1, 2 to power 2 respectively, okay? So, okay, if you have the sequence 1, 1, 1, meaning 2 to power 1, by the way, this is how you convert from binary to decimal. It is 2 to power 0 multiplied by 1, okay? 2 to power 0 multiplied by 1 plus 2 to power 1 multiplied by 1, because here you also have 1, plus 2 to power 2, okay, multiplied by 1, which gives us 2 to power 0 gives us 1. So you have 1 over here plus 2 to power 1, meaning 2, multiplied by 1, 2, plus 2 to power 2, 4, which gives us 7. So the 3 bits, the 3 ones you have over here are what are the binary interpretation of the decimal number 7, okay? So I'll give you another example. Let's say here instead of 1 you have what? You have 0. So here 2 to power 2 is now multiplied by 0. We no longer have 1. So the value that you will get by converting the binary to decimal is 2 to power 1 plus 2 to power 0. So it is 2 plus 1, right? Which is 3, correct? 1, 1, by the way, is the binary code for 3. Another example, let's say you have here 2 to power 0 is, you have under this location 0 instead of 1. So here you have 2 to power 0 times 0. Only this bit is turned on, okay, has a 1 underneath it. Let's split these 2 parts, okay. So here the code, the value, the decimal value is 2 to power 1, which gives us 2. So in other words, okay, in other words, let's say I need to give the user the following rights, so or the file the following rights, okay? So he can, the owner can only read, you have the group can write and execute, okay? So write you have 1, under execute you have 1. It's right, not right, okay, sorry, I'm mixing both. And for others, they only have the privilege, let's say, to execute. So here, what is the decimal value? Okay, so for the owner, you have only 1 under R, which is has the weight of what? Which is 2 to power 2, right? Okay, under the read part. Okay, so here you have the value is 2. okay, because the others are 0, we don't consider them, they 0 out. Now for the group have the right to write and to execute. So you have 2 to power 1, okay, and 2 to power 0, okay. These are the parts that are turned on. So 2 to power 1 plus 2 to power 0, because they are both multiplied by 1, which gives us 3, right? And finally for others you have only the execute part is turned on, so it is 2 to power 0, which gives us how much? 1, okay? So you see here, let's try this one. So let's change the mode of one of the files to 231 and you will see what happens, okay? Memorize this image over here. Okay, so you have, I'm gonna type chmod, okay, we will target which file? We will target the vision2.jpg, okay? We will target this file. See, so chmod 231 vision2.jpg, okay? Let's list the info again after changing the mode. 231, okay? So where is vision2? You see here vision2. Okay, let's compare it. So here okay, vision2, right? So you have 2 for the owner, it is I'm sorry here okay, 2 to power 2 is 4, okay? So this one actually is it should be 4, okay? So when I type 2, okay, it is actually what? It's actually 2 to power 1, okay? Sorry for mixing it for you, okay? So 2 to power 1 is on, meaning that the read part is 0 and the write part is 1, okay? That's why you see write is on over here, okay? Now for the group, he has the right to write and execute, okay? So let's check, okay? So for the group, he has the right to write and execute, so both write and execute are on, you see, wx are on, and the value is 3, so it's correct. Now for others, only x is turned on, which is also compatible with the chmod value we've entered in, which is 1, okay? 1 only gives others here for to be able to execute the file, but they cannot neither read it nor write it, okay? Now again, so to emphasize this point, so we mixed it up. We saw that I actually made a mistake here. I said that read is turned on, okay? 2 to power 2 should be 2, actually 2 to power 2 should be 4. Now when you place 2 here, it means 2 to power 1, which is the second bit, okay, from the right, which is the write privilege. So this is the one corresponding to the value of 2 in decimal, meaning that you're giving the owner, you see here, you're giving the owner the right or the privilege, so to speak, to do what? To write the file, to edit the file, okay? So this is basically, okay, everything about giving privileges to the user, okay? And changing those privileges. Another thing I want to point out, so if I want to check the owner of the file, I type chown vision2.jpg. Actually, no, if I list, okay, everything, you have the owner has been defined, okay, for each type of file. Now, if I want to change the ownership, okay, I'm gonna type chown vision2, okay, .jpg. So I need to give it to the root, okay. Let's check how to actually change the owner, okay. So Chown root /u, okay, the owner, yeah. So Chown, okay, I need to address the file root, okay, and the file was vision2.jpg. Okay, you see, so this is the syntax. If I type ls-l, so here the new owner of vision2.jpg has become root. So the syntax is chmod, the new user, which is root, and the file for which I need to change the ownership, which is vision2.jpg. Okay, so it's now completely owned by the root user. Of course, now he gave me invalid because it has already been given to the root user. Okay, he already owns it. Another thing to get your attention to is that here I'm immediately typing vision2 without the full path because I'm simply on the desktop where the file already exists. Okay, another thing to point to, okay, if I type cd and go all the way back to the root, I want to clear the screen as well. Okay, so here's another interesting command. So let's say I want to copy the log content of kernel, okay, the kernel, into two files and at the same time on the console. So first of all, the kernel is exists. Let's say here, if I list, you see here, I have, okay, let me shut the voice down at first. Okay, so here I need to get inside of var, then log. You see, if I type ls, inside the var and log, okay, you have a file called kern.log. Let's locate it. Okay, so if I type, you see it's here, but in case I couldn't locate it, if I type ls-l pipe grep kern.log, you see that's the file. Okay, so I'm gonna clear everything and I'm gonna call it all the way from the root. Okay, so I'm gonna cat var. Now here no forward slash before var because it's right underneath the root directory, that's why. Cat var /log / kern.log. It will give me all the log, okay, of kern. Now what I need to do is, instead of only displaying it on the console, I'm interested in also writing the log to the desktop, okay, to some file on the desktop. So I'm gonna use a command called t, okay, and call, actually this will automatically create a new file. This new file, I need to have it on the desktop. Okay, so let's go actually to, okay, so t home /Tony /desktop /klog.txt and also home /Tony /desktop /klog2.txt. okay, so if I clear, this is the log by the way of the kernel. If I clear here, okay, and I will go all the way to the desktop, okay, to get there. So I need to go through home over here, cd home /Tony desktop / okay, here it's okay, and let's cat klog.txt. you see, so all the log has been written in this file, and also of course the other klog file. You see, this is klog over here. So that's it for this part, and we'll get to the next one. All right, now how to observe and control the services that are running on Linux, how to check them, how to start them, restart them, stop them. And speaking of which, the services are the same thing, like they are similar, just like the definition of services on Windows. Okay, so to show you something over here, these are the services running on Windows. It's the same thing. Okay, so we can run, we can stop, we can start, we can restart. Actually, these are the apps. I'm sorry to, but actually underneath each app you have the processes or the services. In fact, if we type, you see, okay, not to mix them because the concept is a little bit similar, but the apps are something different than actually the services. Okay, so if I type services on Windows, okay, these are the services. Okay, you see the status, it is running or not running or deactivated. These are the services which are the processes are underneath the operating system. Now in the task manager, you don't see the services, you actually see the processes that are related to applications rather than the operating system. That's the main difference, but the concept is still the same. Okay, so now how to check the services running on Linux. In order to check all the services, you type systemctl and enter. Okay, now you see here to the right, since my font is a little bit large, okay, here the right arrows mean that I need to type the right arrow key on the keyboard, okay, in order to navigate to the right side of these services that are mentioned on the left. And you see here you have the different status of the services. So you see here, for instance, the VirtualBox hard disk 1, it is plugged, it is active and loaded, and so on and so forth. Okay, so if it's plugged, it does not mean it is running necessarily. Okay, so here is an arbitrary executable file, it is running. Okay, so here let's check other okay, so what do we have? Yeah, I'm trying to check something. Okay, loaded, active, running, you see the arbitrary executable file. Okay, and these are the detailed description of the services we're talking about. Mainly most of them are related to devices over here. Okay, virtual block loop device, yeah, you have the sys subsystem device, you have the Bluetooth, you have multiple things, Firefox, okay, common host mount, init scope, etc. Okay, so let's quit this menu over here. You type Q. Okay, now okay, we've checked the services that are described here. So let's say I need to actually start a service, okay, or see the status of a service. So let's type clear over here to clear the screen, and I type systemctl, then status to check the status of a specific service, and after that the name of a service. So let's check the Bluetooth, for instance. Okay, you see it is active and running. Okay, so the status is actually running, it is active, and here's some other info. Okay, if I go to the right by using the arrow key, okay, you see here does not support CSIP, okay, the profiles, etc. Okay, so let's check another service, okay, that we're gonna work on. So I'm gonna clear the screen again. Now I looked for a service, okay, that we can test on. So you have this service called GNOME, okay, GNOME-remote-desktop. Okay, now when you look for it in systemctl, it is called gnome-remote-desktop.service. However, in order to start it and stop it, you need to remove the last part. I'm sorry, you need to remove the .service part. Okay, so I'm gonna copy it. Then okay, so let's at first check the status of the service, systemctl status and GNOME remote desktop. You see it is active at the moment. Okay, it is loaded, and let's go to the right. So to the right, okay, init TCM credentials failed. Okay, actually no one is accessing the remote desktop. Preset is enabled and service is enabled, which is the opposite of disabled. Okay, so let's at first try to stop the service. So I type now, I can do that since I'm the root right now. Okay, so mind that I happen to be root. This is why I have such privileges. Okay, so if I type systemctl, okay, then stop and gnome, okay, I'm gonna paste it, GNOME remote desktop. Okay, so let's see what happens. Systemctl status gnome remote desktop. Okay, so this is the command systemctl stop gnome remote desktop. Okay, you see the activation status is dead over here. Okay, now let's check other thing. If I go to the right with the keyboard, okay, now the system is enabled, I'm sorry, the service is enabled, but it's dead, meaning it's enabled but it has been stopped. It's not running at the time. Okay, so deactivated successfully, it has been stopped. Okay, this is what it means. Okay, now let's try to run the service again, and you can do of course the same thing to whatever service you have on the system. So I need to type Q in order to get out of this display of this the output of the status. Then I'm gonna type systemctl start the name of the server. Actually I'm gonna type -v. Perhaps we're gonna get the verbosity of what's happening, meaning it will tell us that I'm starting this service right now. Let's check it. Okay, paste. Okay, okay, so it's an invalid option. Okay, it doesn't work for all commands. We're gonna get rid of it. Okay, actually let me check something. If I type systemctl -help or -h, okay, so you have list paths, list sockets, list timers. I can filter the listing is active or is failed. Okay, so yeah, let's check what we have here. If we have subcommands, okay, enable, disable, these are what we can do with it. I can mask the process, I can gedit the unit. Okay, listed jobs. Okay, reboot okay, okay, recursive -t show transactions, kill service. Okay, quiet mode, force. Okay, doesn't matter for now. So systemctl start GNOME remote desktop. Okay, so let's check right now the status. Okay, so systemctl status GNOME remote desktop. Okay, which is this command over here. So you see it's running again, it's running again. Okay, now let's do another thing. So I'm gonna clear here to get it more clean. So if I type systemctl disable and GNOME remote desktop, let's see what happens. You see we have disabled this service. It's not like we disabled it, not stopped it. It's different. Okay, so systemctl status and GNOME remote desktop. Okay, so let's check. You see it has been disabled, meaning it might be running but it's blocked, it's disabled. Okay, so it's a little bit different. Okay, so I will tap the left key to get back to all the way to the left, and I will enable it again. So instead of disable this time, enable, and then we're gonna check the status. So okay, it's already active, but you see it's now enabled. Another thing, okay, Systemctl restart. I can restart a process, for example, restart sshd or SSH, which is the service for remote desktop. Okay, now I need to get the right name of the service. Okay, so if I type Systemctl pipe grep, I will see if we have something called SSH over here. Okay, we don't have it among the services, but we can do this thing. Let's say to the Bluetooth service. Okay, we've checked before. So Systemctl status Bluetooth. Of course, you can do the same thing for the whoami. Okay, so let's check. Okay, does not support. Okay, has it given us as any sign that it has restarted? Anyway, perhaps it's like it's protected, we cannot do that. Okay, but definitely it runs on other types of services. Now let's say a service happens to be blocked. Okay, so what I can do is reload the service. Okay, so, actually no, for this specific type of services, okay, the reload is used usually for HTTP, meaning I need to refresh the data. Okay, refresh the request that is coming from HTTP via the web. Okay, or reload like the web page. Okay, so what I do is Systemctl reload HTTPD. Now I'm not sure if yeah, the service is not named HTTPD. Yeah, so let's see. Okay, so we don't have this type of service running at the moment, but this is how you actually do it. Okay, now also another thing is Systemctl -force. Okay, stop Bluetooth. Let's say okay, meaning, or let's I don't know, I'm not sure if it will work like this. Perhaps stop should be before force. Okay, so okay, Systemctl stop -force or -f, I think. Okay, you see here it actually stopped by force the Bluetooth service. Okay, so if I type status Bluetooth, okay, even still it could not stop it by force. Okay, for whatever reason. Okay, so this is mainly the main part. Okay, now another thing to notice. Okay, let's say I need to download a PDF file. Okay, so this is how I do it. Okay, so I need to download it from the web, so I type wget. Okay, then the link to that file. Okay, so actually I might have the link somewhere over here, URL file, I think. You see, yeah, this is a PDF handbook. Okay, existing on the web. Okay, I will see if I can find it for you on the browser. Okay, via the browser, of course I can. Okay, but let's first run the command. So in order to download a file from the web, I type wget. Okay, then the location of that PDF file, and after that I need to do I need to define the location where this file needs to be downloaded. So I type after that -p. Okay, then /tmp means temporary. Okay, temporary, the temp file. Okay, so you see it's resolving right now, and it will download it in a moment. You see it's being downloaded. Okay, now okay, once it becomes 100%. Okay, so let's check the temp file. By the way, okay, speaking of before that, speaking of the wget. Okay, so if I type wget grep p. Okay, so p means, I believe, yeah, it is actually like a command for parsing. Okay, parsing the PDF file. Yeah, quite honestly, I don't recall exactly what the p means, but this is how we download the file. Anyway, so how to get to temp? You see cd temp, it's over here under the root directory. Okay, and ls-l. Now, okay, I won't be able to find the file. It is on the top. Okay, but let's say I want to, you see, we've downloaded Linux commands handbook.pdf. Let's say I need to find it using the ls command. Okay, so I will reduce the font a little bit, okay, for us to be able to see better. I'm sorry. Okay, so here, yeah, I will reduce it once more, and let's check what we have over here. Okay, so I'm gonna type ls-l pipe grep, and I don't know the complete name of the PDF, but I know it ends with a PDF, so I'm gonna use this star. This star is part of the regular expressions. It means whatever comes right before the .pdf extension. So you see here is the book. Okay, so I'm gonna copy it. Now we are in the temp right now, so I'm gonna try to open it. Okay, so open, right click, paste, and let's see what happens. Cannot parse, cannot open display. Okay, authorization required. Okay, so sudo open, and yeah, since we only have this book ending with PDF, we're gonna type star.pdf. okay, so authorization, okay, whatever might be the reason. Okay, so let's say, okay, I change the user to Tony, and then do the same thing. Okay, so sudo open star.pdf, because it opened fine before. Okay, Tony. Okay, so it didn't, okay, but it should open normally. It should open normally. Okay, so this is all for this part. Again, yeah, speaking about the PDF file and where I have downloaded it from. Okay, I'll try to locate it right now. So yeah, I think it is trying to find it. Okay, from some website. Okay, if you type, I'll give you an example. If you type over here, okay, download Linux guide PDF file. Okay, you see here, I copy it, I copy the link address, then I go over here and paste it. Okay, actually it didn't paste it because we are inside the virtual machine. Okay, but I paste it and then run it, and this is all for this part. In this part, we're going to tackle disk operations such as checking disk usage, free disk space, mounting a disk or an external media such as USB, and so on and so forth. So let's start with the command df or disk free -m. Okay, meaning m in I want to see the free disk space in megabytes. Okay, so you see here, it will give me the available disk space. Okay, let me reduce the window a little bit. Okay, and for each partition, he will give me how much free disk we have. Okay, so by the way, you see here, we have I have plugged a flash drive. Okay, so here is it is by default mounted on /media / the user name of the machine, which is Tony, and this is the actual name of the flash memory. Okay, mounted on /dev I'm sorry, the file system is /dev /sdb1, and mounted on this directory over here. Okay, so 5 I think gigabytes have been used of 15 gigabytes available. Okay, another command is disk usage. Okay, so the disk usage is to check how much kilobytes or how much space does a file occupy. So let's say, okay, I'm gonna try the disk usage on this file over here. Okay, so I need to go to the directory. Actually, it's on the desktop. So how to get to the desktop? You go home / the username / desktop and / path test.sh, and you see it is occupying 4. Okay, so let me get more specific. I'm gonna type du-h. Okay, so 4 kilobytes, because I need a more humane description of the capacity, or not the capacity, the actual space occupation of this file. Let me try it for another file. So du-h home / Tony / desktop, and this time I'm gonna address the directory, which is content over here. Okay, so 228 Ks. Now, just to give you the idea on how we've gotten to the desktop, because it was not easy at first to memorize where, like the first time I linked the subdirectories, it wasn't easy to memorize that it is underneath home / Tony / desktop. So how we've gotten there is this way. Okay, let's clear the screen at first. So if I clear, okay, so and I type ls, I go to cd home. You see here, this is the home directory. Underneath it I have Tony, so cd Tony, then ls cd desktop, ls, and here we have the files that we needed. Now USB directory is empty, just make note of that. Okay, it's not an actual directory for the flash memory, at least for now. Okay, so another thing we can do, if I clear everything over here, so if I type du disk usage -h, or tell me the disk usage for all the files, this will give me the disk usage by all the files, and then I need to redirect it to the sort command. Okay, so sort by what? By, okay, you see, you have, because I'm on the desktop. Okay, I'm running it on the desktop. He sorted it based on the smallest file up to the largest file. Okay, so it is an ascending order. If I type -r, I think it will reverse it. You see, we see at first the 2.1 megabyte, okay, which is a hidden file, by the way, then / content and / USB, okay, which is, by the way, it's not the actual USB again, it is the directory, an empty directory. Okay, so far. Now, another thing. Okay, so I've actually, as you've seen, I've inserted a media. Okay, so if I type df, you see here, there's a media that has been inserted, which is a USB flash memory, okay, of a size around 15 gigabytes, okay, and it is mounted automatically under /media /Tony the flash memory name or identifier. Okay, so let's say I need to know exactly, okay, what are the partitions that exist or are available inside my system. Okay, so if I clear the screen right now and I type df -t, t means type of media or hard drive or whatever type of whatever is mounted on the system, and h is for human description for the devices that are mounted, and I type enter, it gives me everything that has been mounted, okay, including the hard drives, including the /SDB1, which is the actual flash memory. Okay, let's say I need to only visualize and see the actual flash memory without anything else. Okay, so I'm gonna run this command again, df-t capital T H. Then I need to pipe it to redirect it to grep media, because the flash memory is actually mounted under the directory called media. Okay, so you see this is the flash memory over here. Okay, so if I go to all the way to the root directory, you see, okay, ls, you see this is where media is, somewhere here. You see this is where media is, okay, under root directory. So if I tap cd media, then ls, okay, cd Tony ls, okay, you see this is where it is located. Okay, this is the flash memory over here. Now to go back all the way to the root and to go back to the desktop, or let's check what we need to do before getting back to the desktop. Okay, so yeah, I can do also sudo fdisk to list all the details of the partitions. You see, these are all the details of the partitions available, including what? The flash memory that we've spoken about. So you have the loops over here, you have loop 14, everything that's mounted on the system with all the details stated. Okay, so you see here the devices /SDA1, it says the BIOS boot. Okay, /SDA2 Linux file system of 2 gigabytes, okay, which is part of the operating system, and SDA3 another hard drive 78 gigabytes. This is actually the main hard drive. Okay, and whatever has been mounted next to that, okay, so will be stated over here. Of course here, because it's part, this is the mapper because it's part of what? The virtual disk, because we are on the virtual box. Okay, so another thing, okay, let's say I'm searching for a specific device that has been mounted. Let's say this is the flash memory. Okay, we know that the flash memory is on SDB1. Okay, so how to search for it? Okay, so I type sudo fdisk -l pipe, which is a redirection to grep. Of course, it will filter all the lines. It will only grab or return the flash memory or whatever disk we're looking specifically for, while leaving out all the other results of the search. So grep, okay, I'm gonna call SDB1. Okay, this is the drive I'm looking for, or dev /SDB1. Actually, SDB1 is enough. Okay, it's part of the line. So you see, we've gotten this flash memory, and what gives me the confidence that it is actually the flash memory, it is the fact that it has been formatted under FAT32, which is, by the way, not supported by default by Linux. Okay, so we need to actually install something in Linux so that it can become accessible. Okay, now we will get we will install it afterwards. So again, another command. Okay, so let's say I need to list all the USBs available on the devices. So let's clear the screen at first. I type lsusb, and you see here, okay, and I'm not referring actually to the USB devices, rather all the USB ports, okay, that are available. Okay, so you have USB tablet, USB, that's the flash drive. Okay, so another command, USB-devices. You see, it will give us more details about the devices available. Print, okay, serial number of the device, which is important, by the way, if you need to like verify whether a USB flash drive has already been plugged in into your computer or not. If someone had used your computer to withdraw something, okay, so the signature of his flash memory will appear on the serial number. So you will know for sure that he actually plugged his flash memory into your machine and tried to actually withdraw data or copy some data from the flash back to the system, back to the PC. Okay, so now a very interesting part. Okay, so how do we actually mount the flash drive into a directory so that that directory would become as if it was the flash drive? Everything inside the flash drive will appear in that directory. Namely, this is what I've created the USB directory on the desktop for. Okay, this is what I've been trying to talk about. So now, in order to actually do that, okay, it is an easy process. Okay, so first of all, we need the directory that on which we will mount the USB flash drive. Okay, now I happen to have called it USB, but it's actually a simple directory over here. Okay, so at first I need to make the directory. Of course, it's already there, but let's do it all over again. So at first we are on the root, so I need to go or either go to the desktop or create the directory all the way from here. So mkdir home / I don't place slash before home because it is right underneath the root directory. Okay, so home / Tony / desktop and USB. Okay, so file already exists, you see. Okay, it already exists. So let's remove it, then create it again. Okay, clear. So rmdir, I removed it, then mkdir, I've created again. Okay, so now let's actually mount the USB drive to that directory. In order to do that, now remember, this is under, okay, if I type du-h, oh sorry, this is all the way from the root. Okay, actually df. Okay, df, not the u. You see the flash memory is under /dev /sdb1. Okay, so what I need to do is mount. Actually, since I'm not an administrator, and let's do sudo, or let's switch user. Okay, I will switch user. Okay, su root. Okay, now I'm the administrator. So I type mount dev /sdb1 because it's under the dev or devices, and then home / Tony /desktop / the USB, which is this one over here. -v, let's see if it will be verbose. Okay, yeah, so let's check it. Okay, so it has been mounted on /home / Tony / desktop / USB. Okay, but where is the USB right now? Okay, we are on the root. Okay, cd home / Tony desktop ls. Okay, it's still here, but it has moved somewhere else. Yeah, it is over here. Okay, so let's move it back and let's try to open it. You see, this is the actual content of the flash drive, the USB. Okay, so yeah, and we can even access it from here. So ls USB, I'm sorry, yeah, ls USB. You see, you have one directory and the system volume information. If I type cd usr, oh, I'm sorry, csr content. Okay, actually, yeah, it's still accessible. Okay, it's accessible. Yeah, one more thing also. Yeah, I need to, remember this thing, since the content is, or the flash drive has been formatted into FAT32, okay, which is not by default supported by Linux. So I need to install the FAT32 package. So I will clear this screen, and in order to do that, I type sudo. Actually, no need for sudo since I'm already in the root user, okay? I'm operating as the root user. Okay, so what I need to do is type sudo apt update. Okay. Oh, right now he's updating the Linux installation. We didn't actually need that. Okay. Now, okay, sudo apt install, okay, xfat dash fuse and xfat dash utils. Okay, so here, yeah, it has already, I think, been installed before. Okay, so we installed the xfat configuration, or the xfat, if you will, package, okay, so that Linux can read into a FAT32 formatted USB. Otherwise, you need to change the formatting of the USB, okay, the file system. So if I type cd USB, okay, ls, so if I type cd csr content, you see ls, and I list here, you can see all the files, okay, that exist underneath this underneath this directory, okay, inside the flash drive. Another thing, so another command to list the devices and their mounting points, okay, is ls block, okay, -o. I'm sorry, if I type, there are two ways, okay, ls block, without anything, it will list all the devices that we have, okay, but without the details, without the structuring. Now, if I clear over here, you see here SDB1 is the flash drive, and it has been mounted under home, /Tony, /desktop, all the way to USB. I'm gonna clear and show you, okay, a more elaborate version of the command. So ls block -o, which means option, model, okay, list for me the model, the name of the device, the formatting type, or file system type, rather, size, label, mounting point, which is, mounting point, okay, and the grep, I need to get only every tool that is called loop, okay, and snap, okay. So grep -v, and I open the double quotes, loop dot, and whatever comes here, and then after it snap. This is how you do it. And you see, you can memorize this command. So I've gotten all the details in a more elaborate, in a more a neat way, okay. So I've displayed the model, the name of each device, file system type, which is important, okay, external for vfat. You see here, the vfat is for actually the Linux, the flash memory that has been placed on this Linux, okay, 15.6 gigabytes. Mounting point /boot for our device is home /Tony /desktop and /USB. And you have VBox, CD-ROM, etc. Okay, so let's say I need right now to unmount this device. How I can do that? So what I need to do is type umount, meaning unmount, okay, now you have two options, -L, which means lazy unmount. Lazy unmount means the moment that the device is no longer in use, it will unmount it immediately. And -F. -F means forced unmount. This is when you have a hard drive that's no longer responsive, okay, it's no longer unmounting. it's no longer responding to your commands. Okay, so you forcefully unmount it to like completely snatch it or tear it out of the system. Okay, so we will use umount -l, okay, or without. Let's take the default value, okay, and what I need to do, okay, I will address, okay, dev /sdb1, okay, and let's unmount it. Okay, let's see what happened. Now you see I've opened the USB, it's no longer available. Okay, it's no longer mounted to the to this directory. Okay, when I open the directory called USB, the actual flash drive, which is this one, you see, this one is no longer mounted to this directory over here. Okay, so this is what happened. You see here /media /Tony / okay. Now, by the way, the USB view, in order to view the USB, there's a like a package called USB view. Okay, this is the USB viewer. Now, in case you didn't have it, you need to install it using apt install USB view. Okay, this is how you actually install it. It's already installed. Okay, now yeah, basically that's it for this part. Another example about mounting. Let's mount right now an ISO image. So first of all, I need to download the ISO image. I've downloaded it from Linux, and this is the link over here if you want to copy it. https /sourceforge.net/projects/Linux arcade, which is an arcade game. Okay, it is an example for mounting over here. Let's increase the image. Okay, so I printed the screen, I displayed it over here. And by the way, if I needed or if I copied it from Windows back to Linux, meaning if I copied it into the Linux virtual machine, it will have some problems, okay, because the block size won't be the same, and I then would have to fix it. Okay, and what I mean is, if we go to now, actually it will give some errors. Okay, and how to fix it, by the way, is we need to fix the block size. Okay, so I'm gonna present some commands that are related to fixing the ISO image. Okay, whether it is on a CD or on external sorry, not on a USB. Okay, having like ext4 extended for file system type. Okay, so here let's say I want to check and fix the file system. This is the command to do with that. Okay, so I type fsck dot, and the file system type, let's say it is extended for -v, meaning verbose, and /dev the name of the device. Let's see if it was, for example, SDC1, okay, or whatever its name happens to be. Okay, we do that. Or if it didn't work, okay, so we need to check the block size for it. Okay, what are the block sizes? So what you type then is mk e2fs-n /dev /sdc1. Okay, now it will present you different block sizes. So in order to fix it, now here it will display what block sizes are related to this file system. So in order to fix it, we started checking which block size will work. I type e2fsck space -b, okay, and I first try the first block size. Let's say it is 98304, and again use that with caution. Okay, now I'm at the root. Okay, so it is a disclaimer. the root, what you do on the root does not require the sudo, so it might damage your file system. Okay, /dev /sdc1. If it didn't work, I change the block size from 98304 to, let's say, the second option of block size is 163,840. Okay, now let's say what is mounted on our system. Okay, for now, before mounting the ISO image, and again, if we download it to Linux immediately, the ISO image file, it won't give us this type of problem. Okay, it will work fine. So to see what is already mounted right now on Linux, I type lsblock-o, meaning option. Okay, so present me model, name, fs type, size, label, okay, and mount point. Then I pipe to redirect this command to get all the loops. Loops mean everything that's mounted on the system. So I type grep -v, I open two double quotes, loop, so whatever starts with loop, dot, and star meaning whatever is between the word loop and the word snap. Okay, I press enter. You see here is everything that's mounted. Okay, the hard drives, everything that is mounted so far. Now, so in order to mount the ISO image, what do I need to do? Okay, when I downloaded the file, it goes under downloads, which is under home immediately. Okay, so if I type ls home /downloads, okay, I'm sorry, let's check. Yeah, cd home ls, okay, home /tony /download. Okay, cd tony ls downloads. You see, so if I type ls downloads, we have the image. By the way, I changed its name for practicality, okay, to make things a little bit easier. Okay, so under downloads, we have the Lin Arcade, which is an ISO image that has been downloaded. Okay, so in order to mount it, this is what I simply do. Okay, I type mount. Oh, by the way, so where are we going to mount it? I usually mount it under MNT, okay, which stands for mount. So let's go backwards to the root, and if I type lsmnt, okay, I already have a disk folder or directory which I've created. Okay, so I need to create the disk directory first. Okay, so let's go back and do that, okay, from the beginning. I'm sorry, so rmdir mnt star, meaning remove anything that's mounted under mnt, which is not advisable. Okay, but in our case we only have the disk directory which is empty for now. Okay, so right now let's create the directory mkdir mnt /disk. Okay, yeah, so it has been created. We have the disk right now, so let's mount the image. Okay, if it is easier for you, you can go all the way inside the downloads directory, okay, and mount immediately the file name back to mnt /disk. Now this is how I can do it. Okay, so I go back to home, Tony, downloads. Okay, so mount -o, meaning option, loop, mounted as a loop. Okay, linarcade.iso, and then to go all the way back to the root directory, I type /mnt /disk. Okay, enter. Okay, so it has been mounted, meaning that right now the ISO image has become treated as a CD, if you will. Okay, as a setup disk that is now accessible. Okay, loop will enable me to access it, okay, to work with it. So if I type cd / and I go back to mount / disk ls, we see here these are the files. Okay, right now for this ISO image we don't happen to have a setup file. Why? Because it's simply a Linux arcade operating system that is meant to be installed immediately on a machine to run Linux arcade games. Okay, so like let's say this is an arcade, it needs to boot from the system immediately. It's not like a setup that is installed above an operating system. It is an operating system itself. Okay, now another thing to point to. So here, as we mentioned, and oh by the way, if I want to right now display again whatever has been mounted lately, okay, at this moment, okay, so I type lslog-o, or let us clear the screen. Wherever I was in the directory, I type lslog-o modo, comma name, comma fs type, size, label, mount point, pipe grep -v, and loop here because there's a space before loop usually, dot star snap. Okay, so it will grab everything that starts with loop dot and ends with snap. Okay, grep -v needs to be spaced from grep. So let's see. Okay, you see here, this is what has been mounted lately, okay, which is the Linux arcade games that we've shown you a moment ago. Okay, so another thing to point to here, just to give you a picture over what we're doing. So actually the ISO image is usually how can I say it? Yeah, you see the ISO image is an image that when you had back in the days a CD-ROM, okay, and you want to clone the CD-ROM into another disk, into another CD, you cannot simply copy it. You need to convert it to an ISO image, okay, which stands for International Standardization Organization, and then this image can be used to burn another disk, to convert it to a setup disk. Why burning? Because simply the way a disk is written inside the drive is that a laser beam, a narrow laser beam, will burn the metal sheet on the CD-ROM, okay, and by burning it will mark sequences of 0, 1, which is the data for the setup, okay. So this is why it is called burning, okay. Now we no longer have CD drives or CDs, okay, but let's say we have an ISO image. We need an emulation which will convert the ISO image into an accessible setup emulating the behavior of a CD-ROM, setup CD-ROM installed inside a CD drive, or DVD-ROM installed inside or placed inside a DVD drive, okay. So the ISO image mounting will convert the ISO image into a setup, place it inside a designated directory that will work as a drive, and when you open the drive, it is as if you have placed a setup disk inside of it, and you can run the setup from there. So this is how it works. Now let's talk about aliases. Let's say that you want to shortcut a command instead of writing a tall line in order to execute a command, and you happen to be needing it over and over. We can shortcut it by addressing it with an alias or a nickname. So let's see what I'm actually talking about. Okay, so if I type here alias, okay, to see the already existing aliases in the system that came with the operating system. So you have something like LA equal ls-a. So what LA does is list all that is in this directory, and it is actually a shortcut, a nickname, or a replacement of the larger command ls-a. So if I type ls-a and then la, okay, they do exactly the same thing. Okay, so by typing alias, I can see all the aliases that are in the system at the moment. Okay, now, yeah, personally I've added that alias moments ago. Okay, so I'm gonna remove it. I will show you how to remove it, and we will add something new. Okay, in order to remove an alias, I type unalias. It's like the reverse process of aliasing. So unalias pts, and I will clear the screen, and we will see what happens. So if I type alias, you see I've removed the last alias I've added. Okay, so let's create a new alias right now. I will clear again. So I will type alias. Let's see, I want to display everything that is on the desktop at the moment. Okay, the files and directories. So I will call it alias ld, which means list directory, equals, okay, double quotes, and I will write the command inside these double quotes. Okay, so which is ls or la list all, including you know, the hidden files, that is in /home /username, which is Tony, /desktop, and / okay, enter. So if I type ld, okay, which is a new command, which is an alias, actually, you see it lists everything that is on the desktop. Okay, so ld did not exist before, now it exists as an alias. Okay, and it's displaying everything that is on the desktop. Now note something. Okay, so let's say I named an alias after an already existing command. So the former execution of the former working operation of that command, okay, would be overridden by the new alias, by the new command given by the alias. I will tell you what I mean. First of all, I will show you the new alias. So you see, this is the new alias. Okay, but let's say, okay, so you know that the cat command, what it does is display the content of a file. Okay, right? So if I typed cat /home Tony desktop and / let's say okay, what files do we have here? Okay, I will cat the URL file.txt. So it displays the content of a text file. You see, this is actually, yeah, this is the URL that we downloaded last time. I had saved it in this text file. Okay, but let's say I created a new alias right now. Okay, so, and I called the alias cat. Okay, and what actually does this time is to list everything that is under root. Okay, so if I type cat, you see what it did? It listed directories and files that are under root. It no longer worked as you know, a display operation for the content of the text. It no longer does what it used to do before, which is extract the content of a file, okay, and spit it out to the console, okay, outputting the content of the file. So in order to rectify that, we simply need to remove the alias that we've created, okay, to restore its original modus operandi, which is the original mode of operation, okay, original functionality. So in order to do that, I need to unalias cat. Okay, so if I type alias right now, you see cat no longer exists. However, LD still exists. We have not removed it yet. Okay, so if I type right now cat and I go to, I type simply cat. Okay, so you see it no longer did what it used to do, which is displaying the directories and files under root directory. Okay, so if I type cat home/tony/desktop/pat test or URL file.txt, you see we've restored its original functionality. Okay, so, and by the way, what cat can also do is call a shell. Okay, I'm sorry, what the alias can also do is call a shell file. Okay, so how can we do that? So let's clear alias. Okay, I will get rid of the LD over here. We no longer need it. So I will unalias LD command, and if I type alias again, you see LD has been removed. Okay, but be careful not to remove an already existing important alias. Okay, so let's say I type alias, then run shell file, run file that is shell. Okay, equal, and I will address .home/tony/desktop/pat-test.sh. Okay, so if I type rfsh, it's like calling that shell script. You see? Now pay attention to something. Okay, let's say this pat test, okay, did not have or did not carry the right for execution for that user. So if I go to the desktop or I type chmod -x, meaning I remove the execution privilege from the file. Okay, I will go to home/tony/desktop/pat-test.sh. So right now, if I try to run the command again, this alias rfsh, okay, you see permission denied. So in order to fix that, okay, let's say, so what I will do is update the rfsh alias. So I type alias rfsh equal, okay, so first of all chmod +x, meaning give me the execution right for the file that is /home/tony desktop pat-test.sh, then semicolon in order to chain multiple commands, meaning that one command will execute after the other. Okay, and I will run it. Of course, you might need to also sudo, meaning super user do, because the user might not have privileges to run it, okay, without super user privileges. Okay, /home/tony desktop and the pat-test.shell. Okay, so right now if I type rfsh, you see it worked. Why? Because within that command, what happened is the chmod had changed the mode of access to execute, had given the right for the current user to execute. Okay, this pat-test shell. Then after that, so this is the first command, chained to another command, which is the execution, which is sudo ./dot. As you've seen, in order to execute a shell script, we need the dot before the name of the shell file. Okay, ./ actually. Here, since there's a long pass, we need to insert that pass before the dot // okay. Now, by the way, / here in this context means that you go all the way from the root downwards, okay, to get to the file before running it, okay. Now, there's something here to note. If I go cd, if I go to home, okay, so here we're not at the home directory, we are at the root, okay. So if I go to the root directory of the user, which is cd home, and I try to run the rfsh, you see command not found. Why? Because this is the problem with the shell script. The shell script, okay, needs to execute, okay, based on its actual location, okay. So it runs based on, meaning that here I will tell you what happened, okay. So based on the alias you see in the rfsh, okay, he's trying to get to the shell script from /home /tony /desktop pattest.sh to give it the right for execution, and then he's trying to run it all the way by going downstairs from the root directory to home to Tony, but we are already in home. So when he went and tried to find a directory that is /home, he didn't find it. Why? Because simply we are inside of it, okay. So it's like you're trying to find a room inside another room, okay. I'm sorry, you're trying to find a room, meanwhile you are already inside of it, so that's why you wouldn't be able to find it, okay. You're looking for a room, but you're already actually inside. So this is what's actually happening, okay. So by the way, speaking of which, how to fix such a problem? Okay, now you see the shell script need to actually be linked, meaning that they need to have like a desktop shortcut in Windows inside the directory usr/bin. Okay, I will give you an example. So here, okay, the pattest shell on this desktop that simply gives me an echo hello world, okay. It simply gives me, to simplify the matter, it gives me a message, okay. It displays a message on the terminal. I will tell you, I will show you what I'm trying to say here, okay. So cd desktop, and here if I try /pattest.sh, you see it gave me hello world, okay. So every time I need to run it, okay, I need to get to the desktop, right? So let's say I'm at the root. If I type /pattest, he wouldn't be able to run it because he cannot find it. So I need to do something like that. /, okay, so I'm at the root, I need to go all the way down to the desktop. So home Tony /desktop /pattest.sh. This is how it works. So how to make it in a way that I can run this script wherever I happen to be inside Linux, meaning wherever the actual working directory is, okay, I can run the script wherever I want. So this is how we do that. You see, basically all the commands that we've seen so far, like the ls, all these things, okay, are stored in the bin directory, okay, in usr under usr/bin. By the way, this is a shortcut to the actual bin directory under usr. So that's why it is like the path, the execution path, okay. So this is the path of execution, okay, just like the running environment, environment path in Windows. This is the same thing. So if I type echo $path, you see, so this is the path of execution, meaning you see here /usr/bin, meaning whatever I happen to be inside Linux, in whatever directory I happen to be working, I can call whatever command that is in the binary directory, and it will run smoothly without any problem. Unlike this script here that we need to go all the way to the desktop in order to be able to run it. Okay, so how can we run the path test, okay, wherever we happen to be inside whatever directory. Okay, so in order to do that, let me at first clear, okay, the desktop or the console rather. So I simply need to create a link. Creating a link is like creating a desktop shortcut in Windows. Okay, so ln in order to create the link, -s meaning it's a symbolic link. Okay, then okay, where is this file? The shell script is on the desktop. Of course, it's not advised to have a shell script on the desktop, but for the sake of the example, okay, we're doing that. Usually shell scripts should be stored somewhere else, okay, inside a directory, inside the, the user directories, okay, not on the desktop. But for the sake of the example, so ln-s and pat test, okay, we're not on the desktop right now, so /home /Tony /desktop /pat test.sh. okay, and where I need the link to be created in usr/bin. okay, where is that bin? Okay, you see here, if I clear, okay, so if I go all the way back to the root ls, you see this is under the root directory. Okay, if I go to cd usr ls, this is the bin directory, cd bin ls. Here are all the executable commands that don't need, like you have the ls login locate, you see, remember locate. Okay, so we're trying to do the same thing to pat test.sh. okay, so okay, ln-s home /home Tony desktop pat test.sh and sh, and then usr /bin, right, / I will call it pat test without the sh, and let's see what happens. Okay, now if I type pat test, okay, let's go to whatever directory, cd home, cd Tony, ls, I will go to inside of the directory called pictures, just to prove the point, cd pictures, sorry, and then I will simply type pat test. You see, it runs from everywhere. Okay, so let's go back to the aliases. So which alias was calling the pat test? rfsh, right? So no need for chmod anymore. Okay, actually you might need it, but since it has already been taken care of, it should definitely have the running privileges. Okay, so the alias rfsh no longer needs to be this long and complicated. Simply, in order to overwrite it, I type alias rfsh equal to what? To simply the command pat test that has been stored inside of usr/bin. So let's try to run it, and you see, hello world, it ran smoothly. Okay, so let's see. Okay, I'll give you another example here. So I will clear this this entire console, and you see the pat test over here to tell you what I'm actually talking about. So we will get inside of the desktop folder or directory. Okay, so in order to create a link for pat test on the desktop, I will type ln pat test.sh, since we are already on the desktop and this file is on the desktop, and I will make it symbolic. Symbolic meaning that if you remove the shortcut, you won't remove the directory. Okay, then okay, I will call it pt.sh for the shortcut, and we will create it on the desktop as well. You see, this is a symbolic link. So if I try to run pt.sh, it will do the same thing, because it's actually running this file. So it's linked to this file, but it's not a hard link, it's a soft link, meaning that it's only pointing to the address or location of this file, but it's not actually like a hard, meaning that whatever we do here, okay, to edit the file is done here. But if I remove the shortcut, it does not remove the actual file. It simply removes the pointer to the address. So if I type remove pt.sh, you simply remove the shortcut, not the actual file. Okay? Alright, so let's say I want to create a scheduled task in Linux, meaning that I want for a task to be running automatically each day, each month, each minute, depending on my configuration. And this will allow the automation of scripts inside of Linux. For instance, an obvious example is archiving files or creating a backup to a directory that will automatically run every day at 3 a.m. in the morning. Okay, so how are we going to do that? So let's at first, okay, clear the desktop here, or the console rather. Okay, I will go all the way back to the root. Now I'm running as the root, okay, the high privileged user of this machine. So in order to create a new task, what I need to do is type Crontab, which stands for chronological tab. Okay, now if I write Crontab and then tap enter, okay, it will do nothing. In order to display the Crontab list of actually scheduled tasks, okay, that are within the system right now, I type crontab-l and it will list all the commands, okay, that are scheduled to run. Now, at this moment, you see everything that has the hash symbol behind it is simply a command, okay? Here is the file, the scheduling file, okay? We've accessed it and we simply displayed what's in it, okay? Now here, they give us an example on how to create an actual scheduled task. Okay, so 05**1 tar, and what he's doing right now is creating a tar file that is zipped, meaning compressed. C means create, so -z, zip the file, created, and it is a compression, okay, it's an archive that is compressed, okay, for a set of files that are inside of the home directory. Okay, this is what it stands for. And the final name of the tar file is /var/backups /home.tgz. Okay, so the file's name is home.tgz, stored under /var/backups. Okay, so at first, what is Crontab? Okay, how do we actually create a schedule? Okay, now what concerns me the most here, not concerned, what's interesting the most is understanding, okay, the chronological order. So here is a website, okay, you see the link here, okay. So if you look here, so you have each letter, each digit, okay, stands for something. So the first field is the minutes, okay, so I can type each 30 minutes, okay, or after 30 minutes run this task, okay, and every hour, okay, or at the 8th hour PM here, okay, 20th hour means 8 PM, okay, whatever day and month, doesn't matter, or day of the month, meaning on the first day of the month, the 2nd, the 10th, the 15th here, so it runs, for example, here 3 times, okay, in whatever months we are, okay, it doesn't actually wait for a month, and then it stops, okay, so it runs once, 3 times during the months, okay. Then you have the months. If you don't specify the months, if you replace it by ** means whatever months, okay. Now day of the week, meaning if weekdays you type from 1 to 5, if on the weekend like from 6 to 7, okay. So here, for instance, in this example, I'm telling the system to run at midnight, which is the 12th hour, 00 hour, meaning 12 AM 00, okay, on the first 10th and 15th day of whatever months, okay? And during all the days of the week it is effective. Now again, this will run only once. In order to make it run recurrently, we need to place, like here in this example, we need to place */30 so that it will run repetitively every 30 minutes, okay? Now, in order to do that, so it is unlike other commands because creating a schedule is actually editing the Crontab file, okay? So this is how do we actually do it. Okay, so let's drag this over here. And then what I need to do is to edit the Crontab, okay? I type Crontab-E, okay? Means edit, okay? Now I have the rights to do all of that because I'm the super user, okay? At times, if you're not the super user, you need to place behind it sudo Crontab-E, okay? So I'm inside the file right now, okay? So you see here, I will go all the way down. Then you have the minute, okay? So let's say I need something to run after 1 minute, okay? I type 1, whatever hour we are at, okay, day of the month, also whatever month, okay, and day of the week, okay, this is effective all the days of the week. The command is echo. Now this is what I'm gonna do, okay? I'm gonna echo task is run on, meaning whatever task, okay, not task, I'm sorry, this is the task, okay? Task is run on the current date. So in order to get the current date, okay, I need to place these two backward apostrophe to write the command of the date, okay? So, and not only that, I need to write this output not on the console, but rather to a new file that I will create it on the desktop. So, and I will append this file. So whatever this file has, it will append this line to it, okay? So now again, the file doesn't exist, so I will go to home. I will create it on the desktop. Tony/desktop/ tasks.txt, okay? So this is the command over here. I will type Ctrl+X, exit, okay, save the modified buffer, yes. And now I've saved this file. Now, the moment I've saved the Crontab, the moment it runs, it will create a file here, okay? And this file will be appended with the line. Of course, it is already empty, but it will be appended with the line. A task is run on the current date, which is this command here. You will see this command on the line, okay? So, now, in the meantime, and remember something, since we only placed over here, so by the way, if I type Crontab-L, it will display the newly updated Crontab file. So here, since I've placed only one, meaning that after 1 minute, this task, this execution here, okay, this command will run, but it will run for one time. It won't keep running, okay? This is only a one-time command. If I needed to keep running, I need to place */1 so that it will keep repeating every 1 minute, okay? And of course, the command here can be an archiving command to archive the current files, okay, or the files of a certain directory, just like we've used a tar command before. The only difference is that this tar command would be scheduled to a later time, and it can be recurrent, meaning it can be repetitive. If we place behind any of these files or these fields, okay, values, a */ and the value of the day of the month or the day of the week, etc. Okay, so now in the meantime, while waiting for it to run. Okay, so how do we check the Crontab processes? Okay, so if I type, by the way, jobs, it will give me the currently running task. Now, of course, this task has not run yet. Actually, it won't take time for it to run. Okay, it will run in a moment. So in jobs, we won't see anything, but jobs is to display the actual Crontab jobs, okay, that are running at the moment. Now, another thing, let's say I want to check, the log file of that contains the crons, okay, that have run or stopped or whatever. So what I need to do is cd, okay, if I type ls over here, okay, you see I go to var, it is under var. Okay, so cd var. Okay, so what do we have in var? We have log, so I go to log, then ILS. You see under log you have the syslog. This is where the crons would be logged, okay? The cron operations would be logged. So if I cat syslog, you will get all the system logs, the operation done on the system. Now the cron job had not started yet, okay? So it should start after 1 minute if we don't have any error inside the script, of course. Okay, so let's go all the way to the root right now. Let's clear the console. Okay, so let's ls the desktop to see if the file has been created. So ls home /Tony/desktop. Okay, it has not yet been created. It should be created in 1 minute. Okay, so yeah, and in order to display the content of the log without going all the way inside the directory, I cat var /log /syslog, so I can memorize it this way. Okay, you see here. Now in order to check anything connected to the cron, you see these were tasks that had run before. Okay, so in order to list all the cron related tasks, this is what I do. Let me a little bit, okay, yeah, reduce the font in this file in the console. I'm sorry. Okay, one moment. Okay, so I will clear and I will cat var /log /syslog pipe redirection and grep cron to see all the cron related tasks that have undergone for this moment. You see cron running, okay, reboot at jobs, okay, so you have cron also over here, cron info, okay, cron daily started, okay, these are the crons that are that were running before. Okay, so now, okay, let's check. It did not show up yet. It has not show up yet. Okay, so let me check. Okay, Crontab -e. Actually, let's see if the file has been created. So cd home /Tony /desktop ls. Okay, so no file has been created so far. So let's check Crontab -e in order to edit the Crontab. Okay, so we might have something missing. Okay, so 1 2 3 4 echo task is run on date, and yeah, inserted in home /Tony /desktop okay, so perhaps I need to get rid of this over here, the /. Okay, yeah, control save. Now actually let's run another one. Okay, every minute, yeah, every minute, meaning that it will be a repetitive job. Okay, whatever hour, whatever day of the month, whatever month, and whatever day of the week, I need to echo, okay, this simple line hello from Cron today, okay, and I will append, actually let's append, yeah, let's create a new file, okay. So yeah, I will run it from the desktop, okay, but we will run it all the way from, yeah, home / Tony / desktop / ntasks.txt. So Ctrl X, write buffer, okay, yeah, we might have changed something, okay, / ntasks.txt, okay, it should work out, okay. So yeah, errors in Crontab file, can't install. We might have a typo actually, okay, so let's see what that is, okay. So yeah, I will comment the upper one and we will keep this one, okay. Let's check, something might be missing. Oh, actually star / 1, okay, this is how it will work, okay. Yeah, it was a typo, okay, yes. So yeah, it should work out. Now we will wait for it, okay. In the meantime, let's do something else. So let's say I need to echo the running path of all binaries. Yeah, we might have checked that before. So echo $path will give us all the running paths for the binaries, okay, which is /usr, /sbin, and /bin, okay, meaning sbin, by the way, are the operations that can only be run by a super user, okay. So they are binaries, but they are secure binaries for a privileged user. Oh, you see here, so ntasks just showed up, okay. It might be at times a problem with a script, okay. So if I cat the ntasks, oh, ntasks, okay, cat ntasks.txt, and you see hello from Cron today, okay. So let's see if there's a problem in the other one that should give me a sentence with the current date, okay. So if I type Crontab -e and then go all the way down, so okay, I will make also this one run in a recurrent or repetitive manner, okay. So echo, okay, I needed to insert here /home so that it will locate it, it will go down to it all the way from the root directories. This is probably why it was not working. So Ctrl X, yes, and we wait for it in the moment. And meanwhile, let's check other things. So okay, so meanwhile, again, the Crontab is running recurrently right now, meaning every minute it's actually appending to ntasks, and for the task, the first file, it has not created yet. Now next time it will create it, okay, in the next minute, then it will start appending it with the sentence plus the actual date, okay, which is task is run on and the current date, okay, that is extracted from the date command. Okay, meanwhile, so let's check the processes. So let's say I want to see the processes on the system. You see here from the root, the running processes are this one. Each process, okay, has a process identifier. You see the tasks here, okay, the tasks had showed up, okay. If I cat tasks.txt, you see task is run on Thursday, August, and okay, all the way down, meaning it had displayed or appended the total or the complete date, the complete actual date. Okay, so going back to processes. So let's say I go to the root, okay, so I will clear right now. if I type, okay, if I want to see the running processes and their full listing, I type ps, which stands for process, dash e means running process, dash f meaning full listing of the process. You see, here we get all the details about the running processes. Okay, you see, and again, each process has a PID. Okay, so process ID is very important, because if I want to kill a process, I will address the PID simply. Okay, I type kill and then the P identifier, the process identifier, and it will be killed, just like end tasks in Microsoft Windows. Okay, so let's say, okay, let's say I want to observe all types of signals that are available. I type kill dash L, and this gives me all signal types, okay, that are available. You have sig hup, sig int, sig quit, meaning signal of quitting an application, sig kill, okay, or ill signal, sig trap, it is trapped, okay, etc. So, okay, let's say now I want to, okay, let's do something. I'm gonna run gedit right now. Okay, so gedit, let's say ptest.sh. okay, now ptest.sh does not exist on root, so I will go all the way to home, Tony desktop, and then / ptest.sh. you see, this is the ptest. Okay, so this is a running process, of course, at the moment. So right now I will go to this tab. Okay, now clear su root. Okay, I will type the password, since this one, okay, is locked because I forgot to insert after the name of the file an %. This is why. Okay, so let's check. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm gonna increase the font right now. Okay, so yeah, let's check if I want to observe all the processes over here, okay, that has been executed. Here you see all the processes, okay. Among them is the gedit process, right? And each one again has a unique PID. So let's say I need to check the gedit process. Okay, so I type ps-ax pipe grep gedit, right? Sorry, this is the command to observe the gedit. Okay, you see, this is gedit, and it has 15907 as the main process ID. Okay, so this is what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna kill, okay, in order to kill the process, okay, actually I type kill and the process ID. But let's at first get the process ID, okay, to extract it from the displayed result over here. Okay, so again, let me clear the console, and this is what I'm gonna do. So ps-ax -grep gedit will give me all of that. So I'm not interested in all of the fields and both of the lines. I'm interested in the main process, which is on the first line and in the first field. So this is what I'm gonna do. I will type ps-ax pipe grep gedit, another pipe which is awk, meaning that I want to filter the lines and I want to print only what the first line. This is how I'm gonna do it. So awk, I open two braces and then print $1, which will give me what? Will give me the first line. You see, this is the line I'm gonna get, all of the first line. So let's see what happens. I'm sorry, it will print the first field, okay, not the first line. It will print the first field. Okay, great. So in the first field I need only the first item. Okay, so how am I gonna extract the first item? In order to do that, okay, so I will write this again. So this command so far will give me those two in the first field, okay, those two lines. In order to get the first line, I will pipe it again and redirect it to another command, which is head -1, which will give me exactly the first command, okay? So again, let's go over it all over, okay? So again, what I'm doing is, at first, ps-ax to display all the processes on the system. Then I redirect it to grep gedit to get the gedit line, okay, because I'm interested in observing and extracting the process ID of gedit, okay. Then, after that, I type awk to get only the first field, meaning those two blocks of numbers, which are the PIDs of the processes related to gedit. So I type here print $1, and again, so far you see we have the two items or two values of the gedit, okay, PIDs. So after that, in order to get only the first one, which is the main one, I type head, I'm sorry, top, head -1, okay? So I've gotten the first one. Now, in order to kill a process, okay, what I need to do is type kill and the name of the process, right? So this is how I do it. Usually, if I type kill and a PID, it will kill the process. Now, I need to get all of this command that had extracted for me the process ID of gedit, okay, and redirect it or like place it as an argument for the kill command. So how are we going to do it? We simply go here and type a dollar command with two parentheses. This will tell the system what? That everything on the inside of these two are an execution, okay? A mathematical or some type of execution, okay? I type two double quotes, then on the inside of them I type what? These two backwards apostrophe, okay? And then paste, okay? Or let me check, okay, I will copy this one. Let me check if it will work without the dollar sign, with only the apostrophe sign. Let us check, okay? So I will leave only the apostrophe sign. Where is gedit? Actually, yeah, gedit is running somewhere over here. The notepad. Okay, so if I type enter, okay, yeah, argument must be processes or job IDs. Okay, so gedit, perhaps it has been closed. Gedit ptest.sh, enter. Okay, so yeah, here's the gedit over here. Okay, so let's try to kill it right now. I should have run it, I'm sorry, I should have run it from this tab over here. Okay, probably it was running already. Okay, so yeah, gedit, yeah, home Tony desktop ptest.sh and ampersand, so that, okay, it won't block the console, so it's running over here. Okay, so let me go back and kill the process. I believe it won't work except with what we did before. Okay, so here, two parentheses, then double quote, and I close also with a double quote and two parentheses, and you see, voila, it has been destroyed. The process has been destroyed, okay? So this is how we do it. Then, okay, let's see if we missed something. And by the way, let's check for now the task.txt, okay? So if I go all the way to the root, then cat home /Tony /desktop /tasks.txt, and you see it has updated every minute so far. So every minute it has been updating and appending this file. Okay. Another thing in the meanwhile, okay, so let's say I need to get a name of again, if I need to get the name of a running process, so let's open gedit again. So gedit home, actually, yeah, home /Tony /desktop /ptest.sh ampersand. Okay, now I will go over here and let's display the process using ps-ef, meaning display for me all the processes that are running and with a complete file listing, and grep gedit. So you see here we get all the details for this process. Of course, in this case, you see the process, the PID is now the second field, not the first. Okay, so pay attention to that. Okay, so okay, and by the way, let's say I need to do something over here. Yeah, another way to do that is pgrep. It's like a shortcut. Gedit. Okay, you see here it had grabbed for us the PID of gedit. Okay, without going to all those details, it simply had extracted the gedit process ID value. So right now I can simply do kill. Okay, actually pgrep gedit, let's see if it works, and redirect it to kill. Okay, okay, so kill $, yeah, as we did it before. Now of course there can be another way to do that. Okay, 2 apostrophes and pgrep gedit, and you see it's now over. Now another thing, okay, if I type again cat to get back to the tasks. Okay, so we've seen tasks. Let's say we need to remove the task that we've added into the Crontab, okay, the scheduled task. Simply what I need to do is to type Crontab -e, and then I will go all the way down. Okay, I can either comment them, then save the file, or I need to completely remove these 2 lines. Okay, both ways can work. Okay, so Control X, yes, I've saved the file, and now it had stopped. Of course, so far it had updated up to, I think, the 4th minute. Okay, so if I type cat home /Tony /desktop /tasks.txt, you see, up to the 4th minute. But after the 4th minute, okay, it would no longer work out, meaning that now at the we are at the 5th minute. Okay, you see it has not been updated. Okay, so thank you for watching. I hope that you have enjoyed this part. Alright, let's say we want some scripts to run whenever a user logs in. Okay, so how do we actually do that? At first, let's increase the font size on this terminal. Okay, this is fine, I believe. Okay, so basically, in order to do that, we need to access a file which is called Bashrc. Okay, it is one whenever a user logs in. Okay, let me actually recall how to write it. Yeah, I think no, ~/.bashrc. Okay, let's type locate so that you can see where it's located. Okay, so we've written it in a wrong way. Okay, we are at root. So yeah, it's under etc. So let's get to etc. Okay, ls somewhere under etc. Okay, let me try again to locate it. Locate Bashrc. In this way, no matter how it is written, it will be found. You see, it is under /etc/bash.bashrc. Okay, but we have like a shortcut to get to it. Okay, so we can cat for tilde /dot bashrc. You see, yeah, that's the file. Okay, so let's edit it in order to actually insert our own commands so that they would run whenever a user logs in. Okay, the current user logs in. So gedit tilde /dot bashrc. Okay, so you see here, these are by default the scripts or the commands. Okay, this is the code that runs when the system logs in. Okay, now in order to add a script, okay, or a function, whatever, you need to add it at the bottom. Okay, actually I added this one myself. So let's do something a little bit different. Okay, so whenever the user logs in, I type echo hello and the username. How to get the username? By the function whoami, the logging user. Okay, so in order that whoami be treated as a function, not a string, okay, in order to be like called and executed, because in this way, as I've written it right now, it will be simply displayed whoami. Okay, so that in order for Linux to run it, I need to delimit it with these two backward apostrophes. You see, now it's highlighted as a function, not as a simple word. Okay, it will run hello whoami to the system. Okay, and I will add another line. Today is how to insert the date. Okay, also backward apostrophe date, and okay, it's done. So I save it, and let's try to log in as Tony. Actually, I'm already logged in as Tony. Okay, so if I log in as root, it won't do anything. So let's log in as root at first, then we will log in back as Tony. You see, hello Tony, which is the username, the logging user of the system. Today is Friday, August, and this is the entire date. Okay, so this is just as this simple. Okay, we need to edit the bashrc. This is how to get to it in a short manner, instead of going to etc and trying to find the file. Okay, great. In this section, we're going to look into transferring files between Linux servers or Linux machines. Actually, it's almost the same thing. So how to actually do that? First of all, what I have over here, as you see, two virtual machines running on VirtualBox. Now, I need to show you what is the network settings for both of them. You go to Machine Settings, and in Network, they are attached to network, meaning that they are on the same network, and they get to the internet, which is actually via my local network, using the network here, meaning that the network, they use the network address translation. In other words, okay, if you type over here Ipconfig in Kali, which gives us the actual IP address of this machine, you see here, it is 10.0.2.6. Okay, here it is if I type Ipconfig, which is by the way is not innate inside Ubuntu, I had to install it. Okay, the IP address over here is 10.0.2.8. Another way to get the IP address is type IP simply. Okay, I'm sorry, IP space address on Ubuntu. It will give you your current IP address. Okay, so now if I go to my own machine, to my physical machine here, okay, so and I type Ipconfig, which is a Windows machine by the way, you see here the IP address is different. It is 192.168.2.138. okay, so completely different network. In other words, the virtual machines right now are running on an isolated network, okay, meaning that they have their own IP address range. They have their own network address, okay, net ID. Their net ID is 10.0.2.0/24. Meanwhile, the IP or the network ID on this machine, on this physical machine where the virtual box is running, is 192.168.2.0/24. okay. But however, they use the NAT. This is why it's called the NAT, because the network address is translated from 10.0.2.8 for example. It is mapped to 192.168.2. something in order for this IP, okay, for this machine, virtual machine, to communicate with the internet. Okay, this is what NAT means. Now, okay, without further details, let's get to what is important. Okay, so first of all, again, in order to transfer files between two servers, so we need to make sure that they can ping each other. Okay, so if I need to ping this machine over here, okay, so let's first of all clear and again tap Ipconfig. Okay, so the IP address of the Ubuntu is 10.0.2.8. let's try to ping it from here. Ping 10.0.2.8. so it can ping it, meaning that both of the machines can communicate with each other, which is very important. Otherwise, transferring files cannot work, okay, because you need to have them either on the same network, or if on two different networks, they have routes that can branch them with each other, that can connect them with each other. Okay, so if I need to send a file, at first, okay, I'm on the desktop here, you see, on Kali. So if I type ls, I have a file from kali.txt, okay, and here on Ubuntu on the second machine, I'm actually on the home directory. Okay, so if I type cd desktop, because desktop is right under the username of the machine, and ls, you have here from Tony, meaning that this file will be sent from this machine, which has the username or the machine name, the host name is Tony, okay, and it will be sent to Kali afterwards. Okay, now actually, yeah, let's fill these files just for fun. Okay, so from Kali, I'm gonna fill it, okay, with a command called finger, which gives us the username, the logged username of this machine. Okay, so first of all, if I cat from Kali, meaning if I need to display the content of this file on the console, you see it's empty. So in order to fill it, I will type echo, and then I will tap okay, so I need to get the command, I'm sorry, not this one. Okay, so I will tap the command, yeah, let's try. Okay, finger, and I will append it to from kali.txt. let's see if it works. Okay, if I cat from kali.txt, you see it has the login name right now, Kali. Okay, let's fill it with another command. Okay, echo lslogins -u, which gives us the logins, okay, login info of different users, okay, from kali.txt, and here we're appending the file. So it will, this new command, the result of this new command will be appended or added to the next line without overwriting the entire file. Okay, another thing to do for fun, okay, grep Kali, which is the username, /etc/password, and then redirect it to this same file name, okay, from kali.txt, cat from kali.txt. Okay, you see all that info has been appended to the file. Okay, I'm gonna do some not all the operations but some similar operations on the next machine, okay, which is Ubuntu here. Okay, machine's name is Tony. So let's echo okay, this command called finger to the file's name here is from tony.txt. okay, I will append from tony.txt. okay, okay, you see here this is a command only specific, okay, it's a special command existing in Kali. I think it may not exist over in Ubuntu. Okay, so I would either have to install it, right, using sudo apt install finger, okay, or would use something else right now. Okay, so let us use echo, then lslogins -u, meaning the users that have logged in, and we'll append it to from tony.txt. okay, great, it had worked apparently. So let's display, you see, okay, we've appended this info to from tony.txt. another thing, okay, so let us add one more thing. Another command is id. So if I cat from Tony, this is the ID, UID, user ID, Tony, GID, the group, okay, all the IDs that this user, the logged in user belong to. Okay, now after that, so what I need to do is actually install the SSH, okay, software in order to be able to start transferring files between these two machines. Okay, so in order to do that, okay, I type sudo apt install SSH. Okay, I will give the password, so we're working on Kali right now. Okay, so Kali, it is installing right now. It has already been installed actually. Okay, and on the other machine I do the same thing, sudo apt install, okay, SSH password. I will give you the password, okay, and it has been installed. Now let's clear both screens, okay, it would be more convenient. Okay, so after that I need to enable the SSH service using the systemctl. So I type systemctl, which is the function that gives us the potential to enable, disable, or start or stop services, okay, because SSH is an operating system service, okay, it's not like a third-party application. So systemctl, let me, okay, increase the font over here. Okay, so SSH, actually systemctl enable SSH. Okay, I will give the password over here. Okay, I think it had the word, okay, sudo systemctl enable SSH. Okay, then sudo systemctl start SSH. Okay, start meaning start the service, because enabling, it can be started but disabled meaning that it's blocked at the moment, so we need to enable it and start it. Okay, after that, now the SSH and file transfer works via the port 22, TCP port 22. So we need to allow this port, okay, on the firewall. Okay, so in order to do that, I type sudo ufw, okay, allow actually let's type sudo ufw. You have all the options, okay, available. If I type sudo ufw status, it will give me the status of the ports. Okay, now here it's not advised to allow 22 from anywhere. Anywhere meaning any IP address can communicate to us via 22, and we can communicate via any IP address. Okay, it is better to define what is called the access control list, meaning specifically defining what IP addresses or IP address range can communicate with us. Okay, so anyway, sudo ufw, okay, allow, okay, we will leave it right now 22, meaning anyone can communicate with us. Okay, we need to do the same thing here on the second terminal, on the second Linux system. Okay, so at first sudo apt install ssh, sudo systemctl enable ssh, okay, sudo systemctl start ssh service, and then we need to allow the port 22 on the firewall. Okay, so sudo ufw allow, okay, allow 22, and also we need to, okay, sudo ufw allow ssh is better, okay, because let's say we don't know which port ssh is using. By allowing the ssh via the firewall, okay, it will allow everything that every port that it uses it with it. Okay, so again, to review that, sudo apt install ssh, okay, that's the first thing we do. Then we run sudo systemctl enable. We need to enable the ssh. After that, we need to start the ssh, okay, and finally we need to allow the ssh service on the system. Okay, great. Okay, so what will happen next is, okay, let's try now to transfer a file. Okay, but before doing that, okay, let me check if yeah, okay, so let us try to send a file via SCP. So again, Ipconfig to recollect or remember the IP address of this machine, 10.028. okay, so I will send from here to 10.028, and what is the file that I'm sending? It is on the desktop already, and it is from kali.txt. okay, so what I do is sudo scp, okay, secure copy from kali.txt. Why I didn't need to insert the complete path to this file? Because I'm already on the desktop. I'm making it more simple to you. Okay, space. Okay, so after that I need to call the machine. Okay, the machine name. Okay, the host name. So it is Tony at, okay, what is the IP address of this machine? It is 10.0.2.8. okay, so Tony, then 10.0.2.8. after that semicolon, okay, after that tilde / meaning if I tap enter immediately, it will send it to the home directory. However, I need to send it under desktop, okay, on the desktop. Okay, so, and let's tab -v, meaning I desire to have it verbose, okay, to tell me the details about what's happening. Okay, so again here / desktop. Okay, great, enter. Okay, so let's see what happened. Okay, so okay, forget about it. /v / desktop / perhaps this is what might be missing. Okay, yes. Okay, so are you sure you want to continue? Yes. Okay, I need to tap the password of the other machine, the user of the other machine. okay, and you see from Kali has been sent, okay. To verify that, okay, so we are here on the desktop, okay. So if I type ls-l, okay, you see from Kali over here, okay. So ls-l grep Kali, and this is the file that we have. Okay, let's display that file. Okay, let's clear the screen at first and cat from kali.txt. Again, we can do it immediately because we're already on the desktop, even on the second machine. You see, all of that info pertains to Kali, the first user, not the second user. Okay, and of course we can do the same thing from this machine back to this machine because we've allowed the ports. Okay, by the way, I did the same thing in this machine. So here, if I type sudo ufw status, you will see that port 22 has been allowed. Okay, now, and again, it is advised to allow the SSH, not port 22, because we don't know exactly what port, or we might not be sure what port the SSH is using. Okay, so here you see, yeah, I have allow 10.0.2.0, which is this subnet, but we have allow anywhere, okay, which is not advised. Concerning the rules of the firewall, as you see over here, okay, first of all, by default, all the ports should be denied, meaning that no traffic should be allowed to or from such ports, okay? For example, here 22/TCP, okay, they are denied anywhere, meaning that no matter what network or a machine from any network address tries to communicate via the port 22 to the machine here, to the server, it cannot do that, okay? So we need to then allow specific IP addresses. So for instance, over here, okay, I think I've deleted this one. This is an old, okay, so yeah, an old display, sudo ufw status verbose, okay, so okay, it's still over here, okay, still here. Let's say I need to remove it, okay, in order to delete, okay, one moment. Oh yeah, it's okay, now this is the updated version of the UFW table, okay, the firewall table, which is also called access control list. Okay, so right now, let's say I want to allow the traffic from the network 10.0.2.0/24, which is our current network where both of the servers are residing, okay? So in order to do that, and by the way, I've deleted the rule. That's why it's no longer neither allow nor deny. So I completely removed it. In order to remove a rule, actually what you do is sudo ufw delete and the number of the rule based on the sequence, which would be the easier way. Instead of delete, allow, you know, instead of saying delete and then repeating how the rule was created, okay, which is will act like the name of the rule. Okay, so don't mind that. Okay, so let's first create a new rule. Okay, so sudo ufw, and I need to allow the traffic from 10.0.2.0/24 to any port SSH. Okay, rule added. So if I type sudo ufw allow, status verbose, okay, so here you see we've allowed the traffic to 10 or from 10.0.2.0/24. So let's say I need to, okay, so let's check this one. Sudo ufw deny, meaning that I want to block the protocol, deny proto TCP from, let's say, okay, 10.0.2.0, which is this network /24, 2, and 2 is empty, okay, because we've mentioned the entire subnet, and then we specify the port, okay, 25. So what I'm denying is protocol TCP on port 25 from this network, okay. So okay, here let's write it in a different way. So from 10.0.2.1 to 10.0.2.254, which is the entire subnet, port 25, rule added, okay. So sudo ufw status. You see, right now we've blocked the access to this port, okay, from this network, actually, yeah, from 10.0.2.1 to this IP address and this port. So okay, we could have done it in a different way. So okay, let's actually delete it and remake it again, okay. Sorry, it's a little bit confusing actually, okay. I keep making mistakes when I write these ACLs. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's the 5th rule. So let's delete it. Sudo ufw delete 5. Yes. And if I type sudo ufw status, it should no longer be available. Yes, I've completely removed it. So let's type sudo ufw deny protocol, which is proto TCP, from 10.0.2.0 /24 to the destination address. Which destination address? I will block 10.0.2.6, which is here, okay, port 25, okay. So if I type sudo ufw status, okay, you see here we've denied the traffic from all of this network toward this IP address via port 25, okay. I think that actually this IP address is for the other machine, but hopefully you get the point, okay. So mainly, if I need to understand what's happening, okay, what I need to do is actually, if I type man ufw, okay, and here we get some examples on how to actually use the command, okay, to open and block ports from or on the firewall, okay. So let's see here. So you see, okay, anywhere, all the subnet on, okay, Ethernet 0 allow, okay. It's not actually that complicated, but it can be tricky sometimes. So you see here ufw allow 53, meaning allowing port 53 or allowing port 25, protocol TCP allow SMTP, okay. Now here you see ufw deny protocol TCP from 10.0.0./8 to 192.168.0.1, meaning this will deny the traffic to TCP port 80 on this host, okay. So I should have placed the IP address of the local host, of our own host, okay. So actually, in order to do that, okay, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, 5th rule. Let's remove it again. Yes, okay, and I will re-edit it, okay, and instead of 10.0.2.6, okay, to prove it, Ipconfig, yeah, 10.0.2.8, okay. So .8 and port 25, and the rule has been added. All right, now another command similar to copy and secure copy SCP that we've seen before is the rsync, okay. So right now what I have is a USB flash drive, okay, installed on or plugged inside the machine, the PC machine. Of course, even the virtual machine can see it, okay. So if I type df-h, okay, you can see over here, okay, /dev/sdb1, this is the media that we've inserted. Now we've mounted it under media/USB, okay? So at first, let's go all over again. I will need to unmount it, okay? /dev/loop15 and sudo, okay, so that we will do it all over again, okay? So right now it's unmounted. So if I type df-h, okay, it's no longer mounted, okay? So if I go under, okay, actually it was mounted under media. If I need to check, here we are under directory, okay, the root directory. So if I go to media, ls, okay, this is where it was mounted under usbf. Okay, if I type cd usbf, okay, it was actually full, okay, it was representing what the entire content of the USB. Now it is empty, okay? So at first, what I did was creating under media the USB flash drive directory, okay? It's an empty directory right now, okay? So what I will do is going all over again, okay? I will remove the directory of usbf. Okay, I need higher privileges. Sudo rmdir, okay, dir usbf ls, okay, so we no longer have the flash or the directory representing the flash drive. Actually, it was empty. It has already been unmounted. Okay, so let's start all over again. Again, in order to see the name of the flash drive inserted inside the system, I type df-h, okay, so it is /dev/sdb1. So what I need to do is mount it under media, okay? So let's at first create under media, the directory which is right under the root directory. I need to create this flash drive directory. Actually, it's simply a directory right now. It means nothing more, okay? Oh, I need to sudo, since I'm not a root user. Never forget that, okay? Sudo mkdir usbf, okay, ls. So you have right now the directory under media, and media is right under the root directory, okay? Remember that. So I will clear. Again, we are right now under root, which has the media directory under it, the home directory under it, okay? So in order to mount this USB flash drive, which is /dev/sdb1, this is how I know it, because it is 16 gigabytes, okay? And okay, it was under media by default, okay? Now, in order to actually mount it, okay, oh, it's under Tony, okay? So it has been mounted already under another place, okay? But let's say you want to mount it in a different directory, okay? So here it's already available. But if I needed, if it was unmounted and I needed to mount it under media immediately next to Tony directory, next to the home directory, I type simply mount-o /dev/sdb1, and then media, since media is right under the root directory, /usbf, okay? And mount-o, yeah, I need to type here loop, the keyword loop, okay? /dev/sdb1 media usbf, okay? So yeah, I need to do sudo, okay? Don't forget, I need higher privilege. I keep forgetting that, okay? So sudo mount-o loop /dev/sdb1, and it has been mounted to media /usbf. Okay, so if I go to media /usbf and I list the content, you see we have here a large ISO file. Now, what I'm gonna do is copy this file from here to the desktop, okay? But pay attention to the fact that since it is a large file, okay, it's not actually practical to copy it without observing the progress of the transfer, okay? That's why we need the rsync right now, okay? So I'm gonna go back to the root directory. Okay, we've memorized where the Lin Arcade is actually, by the way, an ISO image for a video game, okay? So it is under media/USB, okay? So I will go back to the root, then I will use, okay, let's clear. I will use the rsync, which is incrementally copies a file, okay, from one directory to another, okay, -a, meaning archive, okay, archive mode file, okay, h, meaning in a human format, represented in a human format, then 2 dashes and I type progress. After that, I need to type the source file and next to it the target file, okay? So rsync -ah progress, okay, so the source is, now here we are under the root, so I can immediately access the media/usbf/lin arcade, okay, dash something, I don't actually remember it. Actually, by the way, it is the only file that starts with the name Lin Arcade. That's why I can place right next to it a star, okay? So it will pick up anything that starts with the Lin Arcade. In our case, it's the only file that starts with these literals, okay? Then I go to home/Tony/desktop and I tap enter, and you see the transfer had started, okay? And it will take some time to copy, okay? Once it's fully copied, it will appear on the desktop, okay? All right, now as you see here, it was the remaining time, if you will, the transfer rate, which was, you know, swinging around 4.21 megabit per second. Here is the progress, 100%. It has been completely copied. And this is also the full size of the file that has been copied. Okay, in this section, we're going to check log files. So, first of all, where are log files stored and what are log files? So any operation done on the system, whether by the system itself, let's say there was an error or a port opening up or a closing or an application running in the background, a process has been blocked or has executed, it will be inserted in one of the log files, which is kern.log. Other types of logs are actually dedicated to store the operations of the user. So whatever you do as a user on the system will be logged, will be registered in a file. Okay, so in order to get to the logs, first of all, we are inside the root. Okay, if I type print working directory, we are under the root. So if I type ls, the log files are under var/log. So you have the root, then the var directory, under the var you have the log directory, and inside the log directory you have all the log files that you need. So if I type cd var/log and I type ls, these are, okay, so these are the operation here cd var/log and ls, you have all the log files on the inside of the system. So let's say I want to check the kern.log, okay, I type cat kern.log and you see here, okay, different operations that are kernel related, okay. So here, like, yeah, a packet has been sent, for instance, the protocol, the ID, okay, TTL, time to live of the packet. We were actually checking the existing users or the existing host on the network, okay. I think it was a command called netdiscover that will actually be covered in another part of the training. Okay, so yeah, here you have, for example, new USB device string has been inserted, serial number equals 0. Okay, different operations are logged over here. Okay, now let's check another log file. So if I type Ctrl+C, then ILS again. So what we need to see, okay, let's check syslog. If I type syslog or cat syslog, okay, here is the log for the system. Okay, everything related to system operations. So let's say, okay, failed to create the RI2 screen. Okay, so it also logs actually the errors. Let's try to, yeah, system activity accounting tool. If we run a certain tool, network manager dispatcher, okay, reloading finished, okay, CPU related operation reloading requested, okay, PID means process ID. Okay, a lot here. Of course, we cannot go into all the operations and what they mean. Actually, in such case, okay, you can search for it, okay, to check what it actually means. For instance, here state changed, ipconfig, ip check, okay, system interface, state managed. So we were managing the interface. This is the network interface. Okay, another thing. So let's check, for instance, the D message. Okay, DMESG. This, by the way, popped up when I was trying to run a mounting for an ISO image, meaning an ISO image I was trying to mount it as a disk, okay, in order to get to the installation files, okay, to actually run it and render it accessible. So here you have, okay, in the D message, okay, you have these IP addresses, yeah, MAC address, UFW block. UFW, by the way, is the firewall, okay, so the firewall has been blocked, I think, okay, on a certain port, okay, audit, mask send, name, unconfined. Okay, you can check what all these can mean, okay, depending on what you were actually doing. So, okay, product USB tablet, for instance, for example, I've inserted, let's say, a USB, okay, it has been inputted, okay, the status of this USB, what happened with it, new USB device strings, okay, reset adapter, resetting the adapter of the USB, etc. Another thing I want to get to, okay, so let's say I want to copy one of the log files to the desktop, okay, because we're going to check a new command over here. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is cp, let's say, okay, kern.log, yeah, we'll copy kern.log from here, from this point, all the way to the desktop. So in order to get to the desktop, since I'm not on the root directory, okay, I need to go to the root. So I type /, this stands for the root, by the way. Then the desktop is under home /Tony /desktop, okay, and / meaning, okay, copy it over here, and it has been copied, you see. Now this is what this means. So I'm in log, I've gone out all the way back to the root. How have I done that? I type, this is like typing cd /. It gets me all the way to the root. Then you have home Tony desktop. So let's check it. If you type ls, you have home. Under home, you have the username of the machine. Okay, you see. And here you have desktop downloads, other things. This is how I did it. Okay, so cd desktop. And if I type ls, you have the kern.log file. Okay, so let's copy this file at first, okay, and rename it. Rename the copy, meaning first I will clear this console. So I will type cp kern.log to kern1.log. okay, so you see I made an exact copy of kern.log. okay, so what the diff command does, this is the command that we're going to get to right now. What the diff command does is compare two files and get us back, means returning the lines that are different between these two files. So if I type diff kern.log and kern1.log, I can do that here because they are available, both of them, on the desktop. Okay, no need to address them or insert the full path for them. Okay, so it gave us nothing. Why? Because it does XOR operation, meaning that whatever lines are exactly the same in two, and since kern1 is an exact copy of kern, okay, so nothing would be different. Okay, so since they are exactly the same thing, okay, it returned for us nothing, meaning that they matched fully. Meanwhile, let's do something new. So if I type echo and I insert a new line, okay, appending a new log, and in order to append, I type these two, okay, greater than signs, and I'm appending this new line to kern1.log. Then if I type diff again, okay, kern.log, kern1.log, you see this has been this has changed, the second file has changed, and the difference between the second and the first file is the line that we've just entered. Okay, so let's say I want to actually empty this file, which is kern1.log. okay, by the way, if I type kern1.log, you see it is the exact same thing like kern.log, except it is different with one line that we've entered. Okay, so let's say I want to, by the way, clear this kern1.log file and make it a blank file. How can I actually do that? So I simply do the following. First, let's clear again the console. I type echo and an empty string. Then instead of double signs of greater than, I type this one. This one will overwrite, will make the blank or the empty string override the entire content of kern1.log. Okay, so kern1.log. Then if I cut kern1.log, it is an empty file. Let's right now run again the diff command, diff kern.log, kern1.log. You see, everything has changed because it's no longer the same in any way, because we've wiped it completely out. So these are the log files, and this is how diff works. In this section, we're going to talk about creating, deleting users, managing users basically, creating and deleting groups, and other things related to users and account management. At first, if I type whoami, okay, it will give me the current user, which is Tony right now. Let's say I want to check the users that are available on this machine. First of all, print working directory. I'm in the home directory, right? So let's say I don't want to go all the way back to the root to get to the directory or to the file that carries all the information of users on this machine, which is, by the way, under etc/passwd. In order to not have to go all the way back to the root, I simply place a / right behind the etc over here, and then passwd. Of course, on the root directory, etc will be right underneath me. But in this case, since I'm not at the root, this will get me back to the root over here. This is the user I'm logged in through. By the way, cat etc /passwd won't work. Why? Because I'm not under the root directory. So in order to get to it wherever I am, I type cat /etc passwd, and then I need to redirect the command to the grep, okay, so that I can filter only the lines containing Tony, the username. You see, this is the user over here. By the way, this is the UID or user ID. Here you have the home directory, which is home /Tony, And this is my shell /bin/bash. By the way, also, if I want to check the file that carries the passwords, because the passwords, in fact, passwd is tricky. It carries the users, but it does not contain the passwords. Let's check cat /etc/shadow. I need to use the sudo because it needs high privileges. And you see all the users with their password now. Of course, the password won't be in plain text. It is hashed. Let's say I want to create a new user. In order to do that, I simply type. Of course, I need the sudo useradd, then the name of the new user, let's say Jim, and enter. So, of course, right now, if I cat /etc/passwd grep Jim, you see we have a new user. Okay. Now by default, he has a home directory /home/Jim and a shell directory. Let's create another user. So sudo useradd. I'm gonna tell the system create home directory for this user, then -d. -d means a new home directory, let's say /opt/Jerry, okay, and after that the name Jerry. Let's check Jerry right now, cat etc/passwd and grep Jerry. So you see the home directory of Jerry is different. It's no longer /home/Jerry. Let's say I want to add an account with an expiry date, meaning that this account will still be valid until a defined expiry date. So I type sudo useradd -e, standing for expiry, 2024 -12/25. Steffi. We created this new user called Steffi with an expiry date, meaning that a user account will disappear after when this date is reached. If we want to test the expiry of this user, this new user, I type sudo chh, meaning the aging of the account, -l, okay, list, and Steffi. So you see here it will give me, it's the account that expires on December 25, 2024. Password does not expire because we did not, it needs to be defined separately, that the password would expire and it would need to be changed prior to that expiry. Let's say I need to delete a user. Okay, so userdel, I would do sudo userdel and Steffi. Okay, it has been deleted. More than that, let's say I want to create a new group and I want to add the user to the group. Okay, so we can actually do both at the same time. So let's clear useradd. This is a new user being added, -g. Now small g stands for the primary group for the user. So I will call it PR user group, primary user group, capital G, secondary user group. Okay, these are not command related. Okay, it's not syntax, it's simply the name of a primary user group that will be considered a primary group for this users that we're going to add, and another group called sec user group will be taken as a secondary group for this user. After that, the user name Jimmy, let's say. Now, why did he present us with this problem? Simply because these two groups are assumptions. They don't actually exist yet. So we need to create such groups. So I will type sudo groupadd to create a new group, pr user g or group, sudo group add another group we're adding, sec user group, secondary user group. So let's now try to add the user. So again, dash g is for primary group, small g, and then dash big G is for the secondary group, whatever its name happens to be. So paste Callan. It has been added. So let's check the new user called Callan. I think it might be a girl's name. So anyway, cat /etc/passwd, and let's check for the info of Callan. Grab Callan. If I need to cat the group, so cat /etc/group, I think, yeah, secondary user group. Who belongs to the secondary user group? Callan, exactly. Primary user group 1003. This should be, let's check if this 1003 we can find it in the etc /passwd. By the way, I don't need for this file, because it does not contain any password, anything hashed, I don't need for it the sudo command. So 1003 is the UID or the user ID for Callan. You see the primary user group, the 1003, which is what? It is the user ID for Callan. So if I type, actually, yeah, ID dash user for Callan. What is the ID of Callan? 1003. So let's get back and go over it again, okay, to make it more clear. So I will clear the console by this command. Of course, I need the sudo to get higher privileges. I did sudo group add, and I created actually two groups, pr user group, meaning primary user group, and secondary user group. So right now we have two groups, secondary user group and primary user group. Secondary user group, just we've named it, you can name it whatever you want, but we've named it like that in order to distinguish it from the group that is supposed to be primary for the user Callan. So then sudo user add dash small g primary user group dash capital G secondary user group. By the way, if you want to add multiple secondary group, I can add a comma here, and like I can add another user group, okay, another one. But these groups that come after capital G are not primary. And after that, I type simply the name of the user to be added, which was Callan. Now, how do we check the actual group of this user? Okay, to verify that what we did was actually what was desired from the command. So I simply go, let's erase all of that. I go to cat /etc/group, and I grab for Callan. Actually, I won't find the secondary group. Let's display everything at first. So you see, yeah, I can grab for Callan, but I will get only the secondary user group. Now for the primary user group, okay, what we have here is actually the user ID of Callan. If I type ID dash u and space Callan, he will give me 1003 belongs to Callan, so Callan is inside that primary user group. By the way, if we have multiple users belonging to this primary user group, you would have multiple UIDs next to each other on this line of primary user group. So another way to check UID of Callan, I type cat /etc/passwd grep colon. You see, so the UID here is 1003. Let's say I want to change the group of a user. So let's see. So I'm gonna change the primary group of colon. I'm gonna clear the screen. Then I believe I should have high privileges, so I need to get to sudo user mod. Sudo user mod. User mod means modify the groups or the info of the user. This is what it actually means. So sudo user mod -g group name. Okay, we don't have a new group name, right? Sudo groupadd colon group. After that, yeah, right now we can do sudo user mod -g small g. Again, it stands for primary group. This primary group is colon group, and then the username, which is colon, and it worked. So let's check it. If I cat the /etc/group, and we know that colon is 1003, her UID is 1003. So right now what we have is colon group PR user group. Okay, ID -u colon again. So was 1003 colon group. It belongs to two primary groups, I think. So let's check. I need to insert the / here. So you see, all right. Now colon belongs to two groups, PR user group and colon group. So it belongs to both of them. Prior to this video, we've removed some users and groups, so passwd and the group files won't be the same. So how do we actually remove users and groups? At first, let's add a new user, sudo useradd -m, meaning I want to create a home directory, -d, which will provide that directory instead of the default one, which is under home. So I want to provide /opt/sam after the name of the user I want to create it. Let's say his name is Sam. Okay, so opt/sam already exists. Useradd not copying any file from scale directory into it. All right, so we've added the user. We've overwritten that directory. That's why it gave us the warning, because it already existed. So also as well, let's create another group to add. By the way, by default, Sam would be added to his own group, which will also be called after him as Sam. If we want to create a new group, so sudo group add, and we will call the group Sam group. After that, I want to add the user to this group as primary, so sudo user mod modify user. It means -small g, which is the primary group, and Sam group would be the name of this group. After that, I need to provide the username, which is Sam. So we've added Sam to Sam group. Just to verify, so if I cat /etc/passwd, you have Sam has been added as a user, and notice the IDs over here, 1002, 1003. So let's see the groups of Sam. If I clear the screen and then sudo cat /etc/group, so you see Sam is added to his own group at 1002, and he is added to another primary group, which is Sam group ID 1003. Okay, so 1002, 1003, which we've seen in cat etc passwd next to Sam. Okay, so if I cat etc passwd and grep the name of Sam, Notice you have 1002, 1003. Let's say right now I want to remove this user. So in order to remove the user, and actually let's at first, I will remove the user, so sudo userdel, and I type the name of Sam. Okay, group Sam not removed because it's not the primary group of user Sam. So at first Sam has been removed. So let's check it. If I type cat etc passwd and grep Sam, he won't appear because he has been removed from this group. So let's remove the groups created for Sam. I type sudo groupdel and Sam group. So we removed Sam group, and then sudo groupdel, because you have a group by default created for Sam named after Sam. Okay, so groupdel Sam. And right now if I cat etc and group, okay, Sam won't appear anywhere, neither Sam group nor Sam, which is the default group that the user will be added to it. One final thing, there's another way to remove a user. I can actually edit the passwd file. So you see here, this is the output. Actually this was the output of the group. So cat etc passwd. These are the entries of passwd. So let's say I want to remove a user. I need to remove it from passwd and shadow. If I type, by the way, cat etc/shadow, that contains the hashed password of users. So what we will get, oh, permission denied, so I need to sudo over here /cat /etc/shadow. And you see here are the different, there's no password for Jane for now, okay, but these entries are for users. They also need to be removed if we want to do it in a more manual way without the command. So let's say I want to remove the user Jane. All right, so in order to do that, I will type sudo nano, which is like gedit, by the way, or you can use gedit, and I need to get into /etc/passwd. So you have already the user Jane. Let's say if we can remove it, of course, of course we can. So we're going down all the way to Jan, which is on the last line, and I'm gonna delete this entry. So I will save, Ctrl X, yes. After that, I want to remove /etc/shadow's entry of Jane as well. Okay, and of course we need sudo higher privileges to do that operation. So I will remove this entry. Ctrl X, yes. Finally, let's check if Jane had some groups connected to it. So sudo nano /etc/group. Okay, yeah, she had her own default group. So we're gonna save, and this is how I can verify that she has been removed. So if I type sudo userdel Jane, okay, so Jane does not exist anymore inside the passwd, the shadow, and also her group has been removed. So if I type sudo groupdel Jane, he will also give me that Jane no longer exists. Another thing related to users and groups is changing the ownership of a file. And the group also, we can change it. So we are inside this directory under desktop. If I type ls-l, you see here for different files, you have different owner and a different group belonging, meaning that for each file, it belongs to a different group that will have the same privileges over that file. Okay, the same privileges we spoke about, which are read, write, execute. These are the privileges mentioned formerly. So let's say for version1.jpg I want to change the owner. I can simply do that by typing Chown. In fact, I need sudo because it needs higher privileges. Sudo Chown, and the group, let's say it will be, for the owner, yeah, Chown is changing the owner, not the group. So Chown root, meaning that I want the new owner to be root instead of Tony, version1.jpg. He demanded a password, so we provided for him. So ls-l, and we see here for version1.jpg, the new owner is root. So if we want to change the group, we can simply do that by typing sudo chgrp, which stands for changing group. Also, we will make it root instead of Tony, and version1.jpg. So let's check it. If I type again ls-l grep version1, which will highlight it for us, you see both the owner and the group have become root. So, and we can change, of course, the privileges accordingly. As we mentioned before, here you have RW, meaning the right or the privilege to read and write for the owner, which is root, because the first block is for the owner, the second block is for the group. So the group also has the privilege of reading and writing, and for others just reading. Now let's check some network operations. So let's say I want to check my own IP address, or the IP address of my virtual machine at the moment. Okay, and by the way, I've changed the network configuration from NAT to bridged. Okay, so if I go to my VM box and I go to machine settings, or here I tap settings, you go to network. Okay, so it's a bridged adapter, meaning that this virtual machine is part of the local network here where I am. Okay, it's no longer using netting. Okay, the NAT option is that you have all the virtual machines on a local network together, isolated if they are all using the NAT. Okay, like this. So they have the same IP address range, let's say 10.0.2. something, okay, meaning the network ID would be 10.0.2.0/24, okay, and the network address translation, what it does is that it translates these IP addresses to 192.168.2.100 something. Okay, I will give you an example. If I type CMD here, this is my own machine. Okay, it's the physical machine, not the virtual one. Here the IP address locally is 192.168.2.138, meaning that the network ID is 192.168.2.0/24, meaning that it's addressable from .1 up to 200.254, with .0 being the net ID, we cannot use it, and .255 is the broadcast IP address. Okay, so here, since I've used the bridged configuration, which is this one, you will see that my own IP address belongs to the local network of the router here. Okay, so in order to get to that IP address, I can type in Linux IP address, and you see it will give me, you see, the IP address here is .155 of this virtual machine, subnet mask 24. Okay, here of course you have also an option for IPv6 somewhere. Okay, by the way, another way to check it, and this might not be innately installed on Linux, okay, the command is ifconfig, okay. Now I can run it since I've installed already the net tools, okay. But let's say you don't have it, you need to install the net tools. You type apt install net-tools, okay. And now, because you know nothing newly installed because it was already there, so if I type ifconfig, it will give me the IP address, subnet mask, net mask, okay, 255 here, 255 255 255, meaning, by the way, each block is 8 bits, okay. So 8 times 3 is 24. That's why it can be also written as /24. Another command is, okay, so since we are locally on the network and this was intentionally done, so I can detect the machines from my VM, okay, the machines that are running on my local network here in the desk, okay, in this network where I'm sitting, okay. So I can type ARP, which stands for Address Resolution Protocol, okay. So it will give me, okay, so we only have here, okay, the interface of this virtual machine, ARP-A, okay. You have here, okay, let's say man ARP. So it gives us multiple options. I think I need to run the ARP-R, which is the range. Okay, so yeah, you need to always check the manuals. So if I clear and then run ARP-R, 192.168.2, R stands for range, okay, /24, okay. So yeah, never mind. Another command is netdiscover, okay. Now for netdiscover, okay, I type netdiscover again. If you don't have it, you need to install it. netdiscover-R, okay, and here I designate the network that we are searching within for hosts, for possibly connected hosts. I think netdiscover should be written with a dash. Okay, we might forget at times how these commands are written. So, okay, netdiscover --help. We might not have it over here. Okay, let's check. So netdiscover-R, which means range 192.168.2.0 /24. Yeah, it worked. Okay, I might have mistyped it moments ago. So you have here .138. You know what .138 is? This is the machine, the Windows machine that we are in, okay? So this is the machine, the physical machine that is actually running VirtualBox, and you know, the VirtualBox that is hosting this Linux virtual machine. So if I type here cmd and ipconfig, you see this is the 138, okay? It is the local machine. You have the default gateway 192.168.2.1, which is the IP address of the router. So it was already detected, okay? And this is what we have so far. It will keep looking, okay, based on, it will present results based on whatever machines or laptops or, you know, mobile devices have been discovered, okay? So I will quit that. Now another one is netstat, okay? Netstat stands for net statistics. Okay, so what is net statistics? If I type netstat, then I want to display all the listening and closed sockets. Socket means it is the set of IP address plus port, okay? So netstat-A. So here you have the TCP port is set to listen. Okay, you have here different ports connected. Okay, Unix 3. Yeah, this is the port number over here. These are the ports that are listening. Okay, And of course we can grab a specific result, meaning let's say I want to check the port 9792, let's say. Okay, so I run the command, then I grab 9792, and it will give me the result of that line, whether it's listening, it's connected. Okay, so because I'm searching for this specific, you see, this is the port, it's connected. Let's check for the port 8080, which is the web. 8080, by the way, is the port for web. Okay, it is the HTTP. It has the port number 8080. So let's see if it will be detected. Okay. Okay, never mind. We will not wait for it. Okay, it has not been detected. So another command is netstat-t, which will give us all the TCP connections. Okay, so the status of TCP connections, we have only, okay, TCP, RCVQ. Okay, this is yeah, HTTPS, it is established. Okay, so also -u in the same manner. -u stands for UDP. By the way, UDP is for video for a lossy connection. Okay, meaning that the packets are not retransmitted when they are lost. Okay, you don't care when you're listening to a video if a packet has been lost, you won't even notice the change. But when you're sending an email, it uses TCP connection. Why? Because TCP will make sure that every packet will that has been lost will be retransmitted. Okay, because you cannot afford having an email arriving with a missing line or a missing character. So netstat-u. Okay, so yeah, established, but no ports actually that are working right now. Netstat-r will give us what? The routing tables. Okay, routing tables. Here you have the gateway. Okay, this is like a global 000. It's called a black hole. Okay, so it's a gateway that gets you anywhere. Okay, here you have .0 is the net ID on the interface. Okay, EMP0S3. Okay, so yeah, to get the information of network interfaces, we type netstat-i. Okay, for all interfaces available. So you have LO, by the way, is what is the loopback interface 127.0.0.1, and here you have EMP0S3. By the way, this is like ETH0 in Windows. Okay, this is the name of the interface. Like it's working here as if the system, the operating system, the Linux is connected via a physical Ethernet interface. Okay, MTU stands for maximum transfer unit. And by the way, you have the received octets so far. Okay, and the transmitted octets. Octets are bytes. Okay, now. By the way, okay, meaning that they have been transmitted and received correctly. If you have errors, so if you have something wrong with the connection, you can detect it over here, because you will have the received bytes that are in errored status. Okay, so their condition would be error, so they will be displayed over here. You can like troubleshoot the network by observing these statistics. Now for EMP0S3, if you go here, okay, and I want to see the information of this wired connection. Oh, we just turned it off. Okay, by mistake. So wired settings, yeah. If I type wired settings, okay, so what we have here is I type the settings. Okay, identity IPv4 is displayed somewhere. Okay, yeah, this is the Ethernet interface. Okay, so okay, we've been disconnected. Yeah, it connected again. Now, yeah, let's say netstat-p, it will display the list of programs that are running, that are actually using the internet, okay, with their process IDs. Okay, -c will give us a continuous output of network information. Okay, a continuous log of network information. Okay, it's like an updated check over different network connections. Okay, so yeah, basically this is it. Oh, and by the way, another command important, and it again, it might not be, usually it's not installed on Ubuntu, okay, but you can however install it. So it is nmap, which will give us all the connected hosts to this network, all the connected machines with their ports, to discover their ports. Now, it is a security related command, okay, so it's not advised to actually run it, okay, unless you are in a closed lab environment, okay, because you are actually spying on other computers on the network, okay. So how does nmap work? Let's clear at first. So you type nmap, network mapping, this is what nmap stands for. Then -t, meaning okay, transfer block is 4, okay, this is the size of transfer to detect different machines. After that, -a means all, detects everything, okay. Then I want to give him the network that I'm searching inside, okay, which is our own network. Again, the network here is 192.168.2.0/24, okay. And by the way, I can also give -p, which stands for give me the status of the ports inside this network, okay. So yeah, your port specifications are illegal, -p-. So this, okay, this will detect all ports on this network that are whether open or closed on different machines actually, okay. It might take some time, and it actually gives us also the type of operating system runs, systems run on different machines on this network, okay. So yeah, now we won't wait for it, it was just as an example. So basically, yeah, when it comes to networking, this is it. And I believe in this part, mainly we've covered, actually this this is probably the last part of all the series of videos in this complete tutorial. I hope you enjoyed it. And this journey has covered a lot. I hope also it has been beneficial to you, and thank you for watching.